All right, all right, all right. Good evening, good evening. Welcome back to the Real Precious. Happy Monday. We're back at Monday. Another men's panel. I see you guys in the chat so far. Definitely hit the like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. Share the stream. You know, Father's Day is coming up. We talked about the mothers around Mother's Day. So we're going to talk about the fathers and the effects of the father wounds and things of that nature tonight. We have a couple of topics to bring to you guys. A little bit of an icebreaker. We actually have a clip by the actual King Smith. We'll be debuting him tonight. And then a few other topics that we're going to get into. So definitely share the live, share the live, share the live. Definitely like the live so the algorithm knows that we are live and we're having this discussion. But I really appreciate you guys for being here. And now for my panel and my co-host, the actual King Smith. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing well, doing good. Glad to be here. Precious, thanks for allowing me to come on your platform here every Monday. Salutes.
Of course, of course. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Kenny P, how are you this evening, sir?
I'm doing amazing, amazing. Back in the community, let's get it.
Let's do it. Let's go. Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you as well. Tarika, I see you in the chat saying, evening, everyone. Please hit the like button as you come in. Harrison Davis says late, man, but you're not late though, because I appreciate the Cash App that you sent. So thank you so much, Harrison, for the first Cash App of the show. We ain't even get started, y'all. We hadn't even hit live yet, okay? And he up here blessing the platform. So thank you so much, Harrison. I appreciate you. Tay Biz, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He says shout out to the Real Precious in the panel. Thank you so much. Good evening, good people, says Q. Hey, Q, how are you? Bless up the panel and chat. Thank you so much for those blessings. I think we just had another panelist.
Hello.
How are you this evening, sir?
How are you? How's everybody? Kenny, King Smith.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Payne?
All right.
Doing pretty good. Thank you so much for being here. We have Hank as well in the building. Y'all rolling in right on time. Hey, Hank, you there?
Yes, I am. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm here. I have been nurturing, you know. I know you like to get your nutrients in, so you know, I give grace for that.
Nutrients and a good hot shower, right on.
I know that's right. Ain't nothing like a good hot shower. Well, thank you so much for being here. Are you doing okay this evening?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I cannot complain. Waiting to see this King clip he keep talking about. I'm sick of this shit.
Hey, I said something that resonated with the fellas last week. It's still getting comments. It's baffling me.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah, we have it tonight. We're gonna play it. We're gonna go over it. Money Buggy, thank you so much for being here. Says good evening. Good evening to you as well. So we have a little bit of a icebreaker, and just in the chat, those on the panel, have you guys seen Bad Boys 4 with Will Smith?
Not yet.
No,
I saw it this past weekend. I enjoyed it.
So it's out? Oh,
no spoilers.
Okay.
Got you.
Yeah, it's out. Hank, have you seen it?
No, I have not. I'm waiting for my my app I use and it'll be there by next week. I'll leave it at that.
Strike that from the live stream.
Gotcha. All right. So at some point we'll have had seen it. King, shout out to you for showing support throughout the what did you go to see it the day it came out, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so shout out to you being a real supporter. Hank, ain't nothing wrong with what you're doing. Ain't nothing wrong with it. You know, it's available. I can understand. I myself too have done that a time or two, so I can't hate on it. But there was a clip on the Breakfast Club about Bad Boys 4 and what they had to say about it. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about it.
Stephen A. Smith wants Will Smith to clear up things before he watches it.
Chris Rock will never get over that, ever. I'm not saying he even has to apologize. I'm saying that while I watch him and Martin Lawrence promoting this movie, he has to sit down and talk to the black community. You can see all the white people around Will Smith all you want to. Black folks have loved and revered this man for decades. Everybody makes a mistake. This is not hatred. I love Will Smith still, but you got to have a conversation as to why you did that. I'm just saying, a lot of folks ain't get over that. A lot of
I'm gonna just stop it right there for before we get into the Breakfast Club's.
Were we supposed to comment on it?
Yeah, what do you think about Stephen A. Smith saying that? Like, is it
Stephen A.
relevant?
full of shit, man. Just go away, man. You know, you don't have to do nothing more. There's nothing he could say that could ever adjudicate or ever relieve the fact that he slapped a brother on stage. It's nothing. Let's not open that wound. Stephen A. he never fails to try to take the spotlight and make shit about him. Gives a shit whether he thinks. Stop being a fan then. That's all. Just do us a favor and stop being a Will Smith fan. You don't have to say nothing else to Chris Rock. We don't even know if he didn't already. You don't have to say something publicly like, I'm going to land at this. Stephen A. gets on my nerves. Just stick to sports. Shut up and dribble, goddammit.
Ooh,
And I can't stop watching that bastard too, man. That's what makes me mad.
Okay.
Okay, you sound like one of them white Negroes that my grandfather used to warn us about.
That was a white Negro. Man, my white Negro.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Outside, they black. Inside, they white like a little Oreo. You sound like, look here, man. I still should sit down. Look here, man. We got to realize this man slapped the shit out of his ass on the biggest stage you can at the Oscars, man. Come on, man. Everybody heard that. Everybody's seen it. And Chris handled that thing as about as professionally as a man possibly could. Now, I agree with Chris Rock's brother. Shit, he said this is on site. It's still to this day, and it's been a couple years since it happened. But he said on site, if I see him, I got to put hands on him. I understand. Yeah. Look here, man. You slap my brother, man. Me and my brother gonna get you. We don't fight fair. Ain't no fair fight. This ain't boxing. We fight. We'll get your ass. We're gonna jump you, and then the hell with you will. Whatever result we get, we'll deal with it. But you publicly embarrassed like that. So that man, yeah, he still do. You got her producing these movies, got a couple movies coming out, you know what I'm saying? Still doing your thing, you laugh and chuck it up. And yeah, you need to have an explanation to Chris. And I think it should be public. I don't know private. You publicly slap the shit out of this man. You need to publicly have a conversation. And if Chris Rock,
where's the honor, man? If my brother got slapped in public, it's my brother's position to defend himself however he chooses to do it.
He does, but Stephen A. Smith, I don't have no qualms with Stephen A. Smith said. He do owe us. Look. He got that Oreo man mentality too. We'll forget where he came from. He from the mean streets of Philly, but sure, he showed that little change in his purse. You know what I'm saying? He forgot where he came from. He forgot where his bread was butter. He forgot how many people was loving the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We was rocking the outfits or rocking the overalls. You know what I'm saying? Because we watched the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We used to rock with Carlton and Uncle Phil and Aunt Veb and the rest of the crew. And what's my man, the butler's name?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Yeah, so we rocked all that. And even after that, we still rock with your movies. We supported you on that. There was a couple bad ones out there, man. I mean, like the one with his son, that was trash. But our black ass support. As a matter of fact, I went to the movies to see it. I didn't have my app yet, Precious. And I went to legitimately bought a ticket. I wish I hadn't. That piece of shit ass movie. But we always supported Will. We'll do owe that man for real.
Okay. All right. Kenny, what you think?
Will Smith is a walking definition of trauma, depression, bisexuality, and walking in embarrassment. And the time he finally let it go was on somebody that didn't deserve him to purge. He is the same man that stood there and took his wife saying that she was an entanglement in an entanglement with a young man at some red table. I don't know what man that I know would sit there and tolerate even having that conversation for the world to see. I watched the man struggle with his bisexuality because he made a movie 6 Degrees of Separations. He gave up another movie that could have paid him 10 million and did that one where he had a man all up on that booty for 2.5. Don't make sense to me. And there's been other accounts. After the slap, they did him and his people did reach out to Chris Rock. Chris Rock didn't want to talk. Charlie Rock wanted to fight because he got like a lot of brothers. But then he went on his tour and he was interviewed and he said, nah, he wants to do it at his terms. Stephen A. Smith just wanted to be polarizing as he usually is.
That's right.
So I'm waiting for the day when somebody punches him in his face. It could have been big dog Glenn Robinson from way back in the past when he was in that man business, or the last couple NBA players where he said the league should at least suspend them and take away their money and playing with other people's money rather than you having the balls enough to stand on your square when they made you tuck tail regarding your views on domestic violence. Now, the pettiness shows if it's not getting Max Kellerman off, is you putting your your 2 cents in places where it's not wanted. I disagree with you, Hank. He doesn't owe us nothing. He owes the man he offended everything. And I don't like as 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 charismatic as Stephen A. Smith is. He's a low life and he does some scumbag stuff like this. And I really have to look at him and say, you know what? Use this as a mental note. Don't put your dignity over $1 because he's just trying to be polarizing for views. I digress.
Yeah, do you think it's more of like a diversion? Like, okay, y'all talk about the movie, but I'm gonna still talk about the slap.
Of course, that's gonna open old wounds, Precious. It's gonna
Mhm.
make people, the people that forgot about it, that let it simmer down a bit. Now you're tearing a band-aid off. Now more people be like, yeah, they dropped the movie. He never
Yeah,
thought about that.
there's definitely, this is a sequel, but there are power in numbers because if Martin wasn't in it, I wonder and I don't know who else is in it. But if Martin wasn't in it, then would we see the effect in the numbers? And because they did good numbers, right, for the opening week.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But
So
watch how polarizing he is. He didn't care if they did numbers. He wanted himself to do numbers. And he found a sore spot to stick his finger right in and say, I'm going to go this angle. Rather than big up the movie, put positivity, mental healing, and stuff in the air. He
mhm.
could have crafted it in a way that, you know, you know, great outcome, guys. But, we're still out here. We want to see two brothers get together and solve their differences. But they didn't. Thank you very much. Good night. Good night. Sorry about
I,
that.
I thought the
And
Pope.
solve their differences. But that's not what he didn't do that. That's like you have that one person in your group that was like, yeah, he said so and so about him. He right there. You ain't gonna get him?
Mm. Okay. So I can appreciate, Hank saying that he would want it to happen publicly. Like Kenny said, he doesn't necessarily owe us anything, but if you're going to smack him and humiliate him publicly, why not humbly have the conversation in person for, people to see, even if it's not live? You guys pre-record it and then keep it moving. But I think anything to keep the banter and the talk going is definitely what Stephen A. Smith was going for. So
Share my screen, Precious.
share your screen. Share your screen.
I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, there it is. Look, anybody that walks in like this They about to say something stupid and ignorant. All right. Stephen
11.
A. Smith and what he said. I don't think that Will Smith owes the black community anything. I think that the market dictates what should enough outcry or demand for it. Will Smith to me isn't above having the market or the fans like take him down a peg. He came off of social media for a while for that. He slowly started to put himself back out there, and the demand from the black community wasn't that they needed it, so he didn't do it. I think if the demand was there, I don't even think if the demand was there that Will would be the type that would have done it and put a apology out there towards the black community. So that's my take on it. That's how I feel about it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Keep it funky in real life with the $9.99 says here to support the DNB conversion.
That's got to be an inside thing. DNP. Hey, what's the DNP?
Man, I'm not gonna say it. We're gonna keep it professional. He meant dick and pussy conversation. That's what he meant.
I wished I didn't ask.
Scott,
oh boy.
I'm mad. He said,
shout out to Logic. He cool.
Will and Chris says, Scott says, Will and Chris have moved on. We should too. You are silly, Logic. Okay. I won't be seeing the movie for a few years. We know who knows when, if ever. Oh, okay. So you're not supporting it. You good on that? Gotcha. Hello, folks. Good evening. Marriage, politics, and sports. Our pain is in the chat.
That was supposed to be an O, not a P, but that's all right.
Oh no, we got you. We got you. We're not.
Thank you.
Spelling bandits over here. Even though I did major in that, I'm not gonna get you. I'm not gonna get you. Black Lexicon says it's more than the slap for me. So there are people who, it definitely affected them in a way.
It impacted me too. I thought it was the most despicable thing I saw. If it was a white man up there, he would have never slapped. Mm-hmm. So I just think that, Chris Rock, his brothers, everybody else, they handled it the way they handled it. It's been a couple of years. We got to move on. We just got to. And we don't know whether they had some conversations. I don't believe that because he did something stupid in public. He has to come and genuflect, open all the goddamn scars again in public in front of everybody, just so we could appease Stephen F. Smith. Hey, whatever the hell's name is. Hell with that guy, man. I mean, let's talk about Stephen A. Smith getting his ass kicked by all the honeys on First Take. They all, listen, man, just make it $20 million and just shut up. Please.
All right, RK, we see how you feel about it. Keep it funky and realize says, can I get an invitee to the DNB conversation? I'm the DNB king. Who mans is this? Who mans is this? Will well. WWW. I wish Will well. Scott Slim says the man was just defending his queen.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You are always welcome, my guys. Yeah, we're going to open up the chat or the stage in a little bit. Thank you guys for joining. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Definitely hit the like button. Share the live. I am going to drop the link for anybody who wants to join. And just to let you guys know that tonight's show is sponsored by JECreativehosting.com. So if you guys need a website, you need it to be hosted, go over there. They'll give you a special discount code of HC, or I'm giving you the code of HCM22 to get a discount on your website. Guys, if you're enjoying the show, again, like and share. All right. So we're going to get to this other slide that I seen today, actually, a little bit right before I was preparing to air the show, and I wanted to get you guys' opinion on it. It's a slide, and it says, is her husband wrong for leaving his stepson out of the trip? My husband wants to take his biological child on a trip for graduating grade 8. but not his stepchild, who is also graduating in grade 8. I'm upset and he doesn't see why. How do I make him understand? So I wanted to bring it to the men's panel and see what you guys had to say, because y'all the men's. So what do you guys think? He wants to bring his biological child on a trip for his 8th grade graduation. He's married to this woman who has a child, which is his stepchild, but he says that he doesn't want to bring his stepchild. He just wants to bring the biological child on the trip for his 8th grade graduation. Although the stepchild also graduated from 8th grade as well. Okay.
Listen, it goes back to the conversations we say when you cleave to a woman that has children from prior relationships, you now have to eat the cost of that decision. So it can't be, oh, like, nah, I'ma just worry about my biological. No, we family. But the woman is not to be left out of the lack of communication as for his final verdict, because at no point did I hear her voice her disapproval. She said nothing about that. She gave him body language. I didn't hear anything about her having a discussion with him as for how foul she thought that was, unless there's more context to be had within this conversation. Staring at somebody is not giving them how you feel, even though 90% of conversation is body language. Rather
Okay.
than
So
having that heart. Hello?
okay, I think you may have cut out. We can hear you now.
Yeah, having that hard conversation. I don't know too many women that won't clap. Like, wait. I know you're not including my child, and then it goes down. It goes down right there. And I didn't hear that from your brief take on how that played out.
Okay. So you pretty much saying, we family. You're not gonna separate the family.
Nah, he can't do that. You can't come in with no one fry for your kid, a burger and fries for your kid, and the other kid got you Wonder Bread. Nah, something wrong.
He got trolled.
I, I've got a different take on this, brother Kenny. To me, I think it boils down to what's the purpose, right? I didn't father this other kid, yet this other kid is here in the life. I can respect, and the son just wanted to spend time with his dad, and that's the purpose of the trip. It's not about the money, right? It's about the purpose. I want to spend time with my son. All right. There'll be other opportunities, but in this instance, for this graduation thing, I want to spend time with my son. And and this is throwing a whole lot out there, if that's what that man wanted to do, I support that. Right? There wasn't anything else given in this.
I swore Precious said the wife is going as well. I didn't hear that it was just a one-on-one son and father trip. Am I wrong? Did I miss that?
Can we read it again?
It just says my husband wants to take. Hold on. Oh, I thought I had it up there. I'm sorry. My husband wants to take his biological son or child, on a trip for graduating 8th grade, but not his stepchild, who is also graduating in 8th grade. I'm upset and he doesn't see why. How do I make him understand? So it doesn't say that she's going. It just says that the husband is taking his son on a trip and not the stepson.
Okay, now I got clarity. You're gonna cause dissension in the house. And I kind of see what you're saying, King, but that's an all-in deal. It's no my son, not your son, both graduated on time. You want to be fair. And you could easily cause resentment in that other child. And now you're not liked. And it's like you don't want kids not to like you. You want to still have a household that's under, if you're biblical, man, woman, God, child, God, man, woman, child. you're picking favorites. Then that's like you playing favorites with your kids. That's a Molotov cocktail, waiting to explode. I, I, it's a package deal. Once you take a woman and you cleave her and you take her child, that's your child now. Ain't no 50, 50 ain't no 75-25, no 80-20. That's your child now. Might as well call him your biological.
So, so can you saying do it's acceptable if the purpose of the trip is just to spend time with his child?
Yep, that would be something. You know what? I can rock with that. I can support that guy saying that if it's just, hey, I got my little man's, I want to spend some time with just my little man's for graduating, this 8th grade trip. The only other acceptable way that I'd be cool with that, taking that off the table, is if that kid's father contributed to, the stepson coming as well.
Mommy, why he don't love me like he love his biological son? Go.
Yeah.
Well, look, let me say this. It depends on the relationship, man. Because you know, does that stepson feel comfortable enough to stay without his mother with his stepfather? That to me, that's going to be a key. Depending on the relationship and what type of relationship, and all of that, because it may be one of those things. The stepfather, they might have presented it to the stepfather. I mean, the biological father, he may not be okay with that. For this man to be taking his son out of state, or I don't know if it was like an overnight trip or a weekend trip or whatever the case may be, but it's got to be. Man, it's awfully touchy with that situation. Like I said, it depends on the type of relationship the stepfather and the son has. First things first. And what about the biological father? What's his feelings on that? Is he not okay with it? Is he okay with it? All of that's a factor. You have to factor all of that in. Has this boy shown anything questionable where he may try to say something to try to insinuate any wrongdoing or anything? You know what I'm saying? Because you got situations like that, man. So I'll tell you this. If I'm going to take him, I wouldn't take the boy by myself. Let me say that. It wouldn't be like, okay, me and my stepson going out of the town by myself, not without a witness or somebody there, like my son or his mother. We all three of us go, and we're gonna do this thing like that, just to protect myself, to keep everything on the up and up. So in case the biological father got some shit to say, well, no, his mother's going with us, so that won't be a problem.
So you wouldn't go with both?
I don't have a problem with him. I don't have no problem with him taking his son on a father and son trip, because we don't know how often he may see his son. It may be one of those things. He probably only see him maybe just during the summertime because he live out of state. And so, you would like to have that one-on-one time with your son like that. I don't think that's a problem. But I think if you do something like that, you have to make it at least not so obvious and make sure you spend some time with the stepson. Like I said, now, of course, it probably more likely won't be one-on-one because I want to keep everything on the up and up. So if we decide to do a trip, it's going to be something, I guess something, if the young boy's into sports, he's into baseball or something like that, we're going to spend a weekend and we're going to go to a whole series of baseball games. And the wife, I don't care if you don't like baseball, you're going, you have to tolerate it and deal with it, so be it. Or you can stay in a hotel, enjoy yourself. Me and the boy going to go to the baseball games while you doing your self massage thing and all that. And when we get back, we'll get together, break bread and talk about the game and have fun. I mean, something to protect yourself. That's all I'm got to say, man. As a man, you got to protect yourself because there's a lot of crazy shit going on right now. So.
Okay.
I'm keeping my household intact.
All right, got you, Kenny. Before we go to our pain, welcome, my PJR. How are you?
Man, you need to get away from that liquor store.
clarified about yourself. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
We can hear you. It doesn't sound like you're on a
Yeah.
mic, but we can hear you.
So is it my
Sound
turn?
good.
Is it my turn?
No,
Yeah,
Pain, calm down.
we'll see when we get to you, James. We'll let Arpine go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
mean,
don't know if you guys hear me.
listen. All I'm saying is one. What I'm hearing from these two gentlemen is that this guy shouldn't have been married to this chick in the first place if she had a kid. That's number one. And the reason why I say that is if he has to make a distinction to whether he's going to go and just celebrate the graduation of one on the other, that means there's something wrong from the beginning. Either, that now we don't have all the information. They're married, so he ain't out of town. So they're together. So he wants to spend time with his biological son. So what I have a problem is, I don't know when they got married and how old was the stepson, right? Did they get married when he was already graduating, or was he a kid growing up in that same house? We don't know.
Right.
But I think that one of the things that you sign up with if you want to be a stepdaddy, you can't make those distinctions. You either have an intact family or you don't. Now, his wife could have been a bitch and said, "You can't discipline my kid. You can't say shit to him, blah, blah, blah." But we don't have that information. So once you divide, and let me put it to you this way. There's so many opportunities for a man to be with his biological son other than just on graduation day. If he wanted the one-on-one time, if you're in the house, the kid's in the house, you have all that time. So to make this distinction on both of the kids' best days is the most idiotic shit I've ever heard from a man who married a woman with a kid. It's stupid. He's an asshole. Because one of the things you don't want to do is create divisions in your family when you don't have to. That's what I'm thinking. So if you're going to do that, why marry a woman with a kid in the first place? That's what I'm saying. So once you take on the burden of another man's seed, you're in for $1, man. You're in for it all. Or don't do it. Right? And that's what I think some of the guys in these spaces talking about this and that and all this horse shit. Don't marry a woman with somebody else's kids unless you're all in. Period. The rest of it is all bullshit. So the fact that he's making that distinction is irreparable damage he could be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So not only with his wife, but with that little kid, he's not going to ever forget that shit. And so all I'm just saying is, I tell guys, listen, don't marry a woman with kids if you ain't all in. If you're not going to be all in, and you ain't going to put your heart and your vulnerabilities online, don't marry her. And let me say, I go one further. Don't even sleep with her. Don't take her out on dates. Don't give her no false hopes. That's what men need to do. If you ain't going to make this woman and her kids part of your family in all ways, stay away from her and don't be banging her ass out because she's going to get feelings. Don't do it. So I can't stand these guys want to be in the middle. Either you're in or you're out. And if you ain't going to be able to do all this shit that you need to do as a father for all the kids, then don't marry this chick. I'm done. I'll land it there.
Okay. Lapeef, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Alrighty. So did you hear me read the well, first, welcome. How are you? I'm sorry.
Man, what's going on?
What's going on, panel? How y'all doing?
And
yes, ma'am, I did hear.
Okay. Okay. So what do you think about that? He wants to take his biological son and not his stepson. They both are graduating 8th grade, and she's trying to see how to make him understand that she's upset about it.
I think our pain made some good points, and I believe Hank did as well. From what I heard, I didn't hear the rest of the fellas, but we don't have all the information. But let's just say I'm gonna just roll with it. I'm gonna attack it from different angles. If that's a new relationship, I think there needs to be understanding on both sides about how to handle those big dates, because if that child wasn't able to, if his son wasn't able to establish like a relationship with her, then she needs to have a little bit more understanding as far as this might not be the time where we want to pull that. Let me just spend some time with them, and then maybe like the next big thing, a birthday, maybe it might be a college graduation, and so forth, and then we handle it that way. Like anytime a man or a woman blends a family together, it's going to take a lot of sacrifice, and it's not an easy thing to do. That's why you hear so many men in the space speak against it. But it works both ways. But typically, like most, I won't say most men, but like a lot of men may not have their child 100%, whereas a woman will have their child a lot of the times, and it's the man coming in having to deal with a bigger burden. But I have been seeing a lot of cases now where like men have been stepping up, and men, and in some cases the men have full custody of their children, so then like they in the same boat as the woman. But blending families is just one of those things that you gotta have understanding. um, if they have been dating for a while, then I would probably say just make it like a family thing. Just make it sure that everybody goes, and then that way it's like, okay, we're as a family, we're taking you out for graduation. If it's a new relationship, then I'm gonna just say she might gotta lighten up a little bit. It ain't that time yet. um I understand what Hank is saying too. You do have to always include the other father, like no matter what, because you don't want to take away his rights. um he needs to have a conversation with the mother to understand when it comes to these family things, how are we gonna handle it? Like, are we gonna be doing things as a family? Like, this is my house. Is there understanding that whatever I say goes, and whenever we move as a family? Those are conversations that need to be had. And so like the more I hear about these situations, it makes sense where if you have a choice, just don't do it. But if you coming in the relationship with a child yourself as a man, then I think it's fair for like a woman to have a child if y'all gonna be able to do it. I think it's a little bit more understanding when both people have children versus just one.
Very true. Very true. Something like this, you do have to communicate when you're blending families. You have to communicate. Communication is going to be the glue that's going to hold the family together, because you have people that are attached to other people biologically, but they might be attached to you physically and geographically. um with both of the kids graduating from 8th grade, and he wants to take his biological child on a trip, like we don't know where he's taking the child. So when you are with someone who has a child, especially a mother, let's just say this mother has a child support order, or they're doing things through the courts, she has to get permission to even bring the child to another state or country, things like that. So um I don't want to say that he was maliciously, just trying to bring his child, although he's probably trying to spend time with his child. um if they didn't communicate what this is going to look like, what the blended family is going to look like, then there are going to be a lot of moments where she's trying to make him realize something that they never sat down and spoke about in the first place. Because you're dealing with two children, but you're dealing with four adults. So, in some cases, you can't tell adults what to do. Adults are going to just do what they want to do. Sometimes you got to be the bigger person. Sometimes you have to, grin and bear certain things, because, certain people maturity levels just aren't at a place where they need to be co-parenting with other people. So, um, do I think it's wrong that he only wants to take his biological son and not the stepson? I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I'm saying that he probably has his reasons, because he's married to this woman. So he knew that she came with kids. They're both in the same grade. They're both, going to accelerating at the same time. So it's not like he married her and didn't know these things. So I think that there definitely is a reason that's hindering him, whether it be not being able to, talk or converse with the child's father, if the child's father is living, not being able to have that conversation with his wife in regards to how are we going to do vacations. There will be times where I want to have, maybe it just says child. We don't know if it's a little boy or a girl. It didn't say that either. So whether whichever one it is, but usually, I'm not saying that there aren't daddy's girls, but usually guys, they or men would take that trip with their son, spend that time with them. So it just becomes tricky when you're blending families because you're not starting at the same time in the same space, with each other. You're doing this with somebody else, and then you're coming together with somebody else, with another party and another family, and some people just don't communicate like you, don't talk things through like you do, and so you have to find a way to really do it, because if not, a lot of people just give up. They're like, all right, well, I ain't dealing with it. I'm not talking. And so that becomes frustrating to someone who probably just wants everything to work. And that's the mom. She's like, I'm upset. He doesn't see why. How do I make him understand? But even that part, he doesn't see why. There could be an issue with him too. Like Kenny said, if I married you, then we one whole kit and caboodle. So, you leaving and us staying here while we have two children who have graduated 8th grade just doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't know. They definitely have some things to talk about, because being married and splitting ways like that requires a lot of communication where all parties feel comfortable with what's going on. They're informed about what's going on. You don't want to wake up and one kid is about to be out to Bali and the other one just going to a cookout this weekend. Like, you know what I mean? Like there has to be some type of conversation around that. And both of the parents have to be on the same page too, because you don't put your kids before your marriage either. So if this is causing issues in the marriage, that's a whole nother conversation. All right. Did we all speak on this? I think JR, he said he was driving. So if he comes back, I'll definitely add him back up to the panel. I think I had a couple of them. I'm sorry. I should have stopped right then and there. We already did that one. Hank hating on my DMP logic, Mr. Logic DMP King. Hank made to spend $1,000 on dolls. On dolls? Huh? They got so many inside jokes, y'all. We just just be on the outside. Passport Bro Villain says if she's not his wife, he doesn't have to take another man's kid out to do anything. That's up to the real dad if he wants to pay. They're husband and wife, so she's his wife. Passport Bro Villain also says, does a real father have responsibility? Why does a stepdad have so much of a burden? Well, the stepdad is filling in. The stepdad, again, is geographically in the same location as the child. So it's not that he has more burden, but he has taken on responsibility and he's done that willingly. He wasn't forced to marry this woman. He wasn't forced to join with her and her child. So, the real father, whether he has responsibility or not, he should. However, a man stepped in and actually married this person. He married this woman. And so I don't think I wouldn't call it a burden when you willingly do something. If you're willingly going to do it, then is it really a burden? Or do you understand the weight of your responsibilities? Average Man says, if the stepfather cannot discipline the stepson like he could his own, then I say hell to the no. 9 times out of 10 stepdads don't have that authority. And again, that boils down to communication, because if they haven't communicated about these things, then that there's a lot that is gonna fall in the gap, right? And I actually want to talk about that in the next video with the actual King Smith. when you don't talk about certain things, there are things that fall in a gap, and then you're trying to fill the gap, or there are things that's going to be happening in the gap that neither parties know of, or you don't know what each other are thinking. So there's a lot of stuff that, does need to be addressed verbally, that you can't leave it up to assumption. All right. So leading into the actual King Smith, we're going to get into his clip, and a little bit of, not a little bit of a regret, but a regret that he had getting married. And I think that this is this is reality. It's someone who is on our panel, my co-host, who is here Monday, co-hosting the show with me. And I wanted to play this because it is getting a lot of traction online, and so I wanted to discuss it. I didn't see the whole clip because I wanted it to be raw and authentic of me seeing it, and King being able to explain it to everyone. And those who have commented on it can definitely tune in to get his perspective in real time. So we're going to put this up here.
In my marriage is that I waited to say things.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I did it was because I felt as though I was keeping the peace. I felt as though by not saying something because it was small or whatever, that it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. Or, and y'all fellas know exactly what I mean when I say this, I'll bring up something, but then instead of that something being addressed, now it's got to be, well, when you blah, 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 it's like, but we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about this. We're communicating this thing. So it got to where I would stop saying stuff because I was guilty of always saying, I know how this conversation is going to go. And what I meant by that is I don't know every word that you're going to say to me, but what I do know is that we're not going to address the thing that's on my mind because something's going to get thrown back in my face.
So, King, what did you guys have a live where you guys were talking about that? Like, what inspired that clip? You're on mute.
Thank you. So that live stream was last Monday's live stream that was titled Regrets That You Have. And it was from life, previous relationships, and things like that. And my lady straight up asked me, were there any regrets that you've ever had in a relationship? And that sparked the beginning of that conversation where I said, I regretted being silent about certain things. And it stemmed from the fact that as I started talking more, I started really thinking about what I meant and what I was trying to say. And I got to the point to where I would have a conversation with my ex-wife, and then I go, you know what? It's not even worth talking about because I already know how this is going to go. And I started saying that every single time. And I didn't know it at the time, but what I meant was, I know that we're not going to really focus on this main thing, and I didn't have the tools back then to figure out how to bring it back. So it got to where I would just shut up. I'd just be like, you know what? I don't even want to do this because we're just going to go in circles instead of focusing on this one thing right now. So I said that. I clipped it and put it on, not really thinking that it was going to have as much traction as it did. But there were several guys in the comments saying, I'm going through this right now. So I'm hoping that the dialogue kind of helps generate how to navigate past it.
Right. Okay. R-Pain, you a marriage veteran up here. What do you think about the clip, King's clip?
Well, it's funny because I just came from a live talking about some of those things. And one of the things that I agree with King Smith in terms of maybe a little too late. One of the things that we have a feeling as Black men is that we don't check our women when they need to be checked. We whether it's programming or whether it's the fact that, the single motherhood and all that other shit that we use as reason why we're all fucked up is it's wearing thin, because my father was in and out. But when I got married to my wife, I didn't let her drift. And just like when I needed her to do something, just like I think a lot of women do, when you say something that you think that she's lacking, they'll bring up some shit that you didn't do. And I said, listen, I'm gonna stop you right here. Listen, we'll have a chance. If you have some shit that I didn't do, I'm gonna give you a full day that you can give me a whole goddamn laundry list. But we gotta fix what we're talking about right now. Right? And I told you before, if I'm doing something wrong, I told you got open carte blanche to come tell me. Don't wait till when I'm trying to correct your ass to try to tell me what I didn't do wrong, what I didn't do right. And we had those conversations early on, but my wife knows better. I said, listen, if I'm talking to you about this issue, we're talking about this issue. You know what? We're like puppy dogs because our shit never really raises to no critical levels. But it's like all women do that. And I don't know if it's all women or not, but I heard it enough from enough different men that if you tell a woman something, she'll remember, like elephants, right? They say elephants never forget. A woman will find a pea in a crevice from 8 years ago and tell you about it and shit you forgot about. I said, wait a minute. We ain't talking about that. So, but a lot of men let that shit pass. So I can't blame the women on us because we've been so programmed to let women have their way. And it's not just black men. It's the way the country is running. It's the way that some of the laws that are being passed at the behest of men are letting laws be passed that are not to our best interests, right? Because we want to make sure that women feel safe, secure, and satisfied. And that shit permeates to almost everything we do. And it's not always the right thing to do. So your marriage is just a microcosm of what's really going on. So part of my marriage is that, and I hadn't had to do this, but my wife can talk to me and say what I'm doing wrong, and I could talk to her and say what we're doing wrong. We just correct the ship. But too many men have been programmed to just take the shit. So actual King Smith is absolutely right. And I feel sorry for the brothers doing that. And I don't know where I got it from, where I wasn't putting up with that shit. I can't say I was some kind of big guy. I don't know where I got it from. It's just something I wasn't going to tolerate.
So you say you don't know where you got that from. Did you share before your father? How long was your father in your life?
Oh, until he died. When my mother died, I was young. My father couldn't take care of us. So his sister was my guardian, and he would pop up every so often. Until he got remarried and moved down the block. And then I could see him all the time I wanted. But by then, I was 14. I didn't need him like I used to. You know what I'm saying? So my pops was a cool dude, so I have no problem with him. I have a lot of his traits, especially for cooking. But but where were you going with that? Go ahead.
Well, when you say you and your wife are able to tell each other things, I'm sure that that stems from the type of relationship you have. And I know that you guys rarely argue because you share that as well. But telling people, oh well, me and my wife, we can just talk about things. What does that look like in the moment? Because there are so many people, and more women than men, I would say, that can't communicate in the moment. And so it happened with the actual King Smith. With now you're fighting unfair. Like if you were sitting in front of a marriage therapist, she would tell your ex-wife that she was fighting unfair because you can't unload on him when he's trying to, voice a concern to you. You're not accepting anything. You're not acknowledging anything. You're literally just lashing out at him. But what about when that's not fighting fair? So how did you guys get to a point where, is it just, hey babe, I realize that you're doing this. I need it to stop. It's not going to be, it's not going to work in either one of our favor. Like, what does that look like for y'all where it's kind of like a cease and desist and you can move on?
No, that's a great question. The only difference I would say between the way I handle it with my wife and the way King Smith handled it, I recognized it when I saw it. A lot of times we don't recognize what we need to do in the moment. Mm-hmm. So when I talk to my wife about whatever, I said, listen, you need to do this. And when she starts saying, well, how about you not doing this and not doing that? I just recognized what she was doing in the moment by deflecting off the subject. And I was able to say, listen, you know what? I'm gonna give you your opportunity to say all the shit you want to say that I'm not doing right, but not right now. We're gonna deal with this. And the reason why I could come back so fast because I recognize what he's talking about. And so did a whole lot of men that he's saying. Because women tend to do that. I don't know about you, Precious, but in general, a lot of women tend to do that. They deflect very well. It's like a superpower. And so men have to recognize what's being done to them in the moment. And sometimes, and a lot of men miss those moments for correction. We just do. And for some reason, I was able to recognize it. Maybe it's because I grew up in a house full of women. I don't know. Because when I moved in with my aunt, it was a lot of female cousins and all that kind of shit around, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think that's it either because they were crazy as a loon. But I love them dearly. But anyhow, so I'm just saying, I picked it out.
I think that helps because you can recognize something brewing before a man who maybe didn't grow up with his mom or didn't grow up with that female influence, right? You can look at it and be like, okay, I know what this looks like, or I know what this sounds like, or I know because you grew up with that. It's a stimulus you're relate I'm used to. So it's almost like no, I'm not gonna have that. You probably stopped something that was just so normal to you in the homes that you grew up in, like, you know what I mean. And so it became a situation where you wanted peace. It's like, all right, if we're gonna coexist, this is how I'm gonna need peace, and this is how I'm gonna need it from you. And she was able to recognize that and say, okay, well, if this
let me say this to you though, Chris. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. But one of the things that was in my favor is that I didn't argue when she brought all those up. I said, okay, I did some bad shit that you want to talk to me about, but after we handle this, now we can handle your concerns. So that's kind of like a disarming kind of thing, right? Because I'm not ignoring. Right?
It is.
Yeah. And see, I didn't have those tools early in my marriage. I didn't understand that. Like I was in the military at the time, and I was taught how to handle things and communicate military style, but you can't bring that stuff into the home and, be able to communicate with your spouse. And if they're coming at you a certain way, my natural reaction when I was younger was to defend myself. Like, wait, hold up. And then I would go into that. And then now we on Z Street when we started at F Street. You know what I'm saying? And I just didn't have those tools then, and no older mentor to really break it down to me. Like now I can see it clear as day. It won't work. But back then, it was a struggle. And if you look at the comments on Instagram, it varies in age of men that are saying, I'm going through that now. There's one where it's him and his wife, and it looks like it's them on their wedding day. And it's a young brother that's saying, I'm going through that right now.
I think what our pain said is what is missing from situations like that. Because at the end of the day, in its simplest terms, women like attention. I would say men, like admiration and adoration and things like that, but women like attention, right? And so if you're at the height of an argument or a disagreement, whatever the case may be, and you're saying, but I don't want this, and I don't like when you do this, and I don't, and you're continuing to do that, and she's trying to cut you off, she's not trying to hear what you're saying, she doesn't feel it. She doesn't feel safe in your presence. She doesn't feel like you're going to protect her in the moment of even when you're unloading on her. Because saying to someone, okay, I understand that there are some things and some things you want to address with me, but we're going to take this time for me to address some things with you. Now, once we're done that, it's almost like you have to speak to some women like children. Once we're done that, we're going to be able to address what you have to address. But right now we need to address this because this is very important. I'm not saying that we're not going to get to what is going on with you, but not at this moment. And so when you and a lot of men don't want to do that. Why I gotta do all that? She should already know. She shouldn't even be like this. Da, 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 da. But that's a part in your marriage. That's a part of you being able to set the tone so that she can just follow. Right? Some people just want other people to just be a certain way and be that way so you can be who you are. But when you're joining with somebody, it has to be a team effort. And if the man is the leader, it's like, okay, I'm gonna trust him. But if I'm gonna trust him, I can also trust him to still protect my feelings in a situation where I'm being corrected, or in a situation where I still have some things that I need to get off my chest too. And this may not be the perfect time. And instead of scolding me or yelling at me or putting me down, at least he said we're gonna get there. Because maybe she don't have that training. Maybe she doesn't have that background where she's able to go to therapy and get the tools. Like you said, King, you didn't have the tools then. And so that's a lot of people's issue. They don't have the tools necessary to deal with the things that they need to deal with right then and there. And so life happens, experience happens, and you live and you learn. But there are people who watch these shows all the time, and they're, like you said, on under the post, I'm going through this right now. And so it is a living and learning type of thing, but you do want to get ahead of something before you have to, put it out, cure it, divorce, all that good stuff. So, like if you're back, I don't know if you've seen the video that I played with King. It was one of his videos. He actually posted on his page as well. I could play it again if you guys need to see it because I think Kenny cut out too. Did you see the video, Kenny?
I don't think so.
Of King. Okay, I'll play it again. You guys, if you haven't, definitely like the video. After this video, we're going to be getting into the father wound discussion. So we're gonna play this one more time and then we're gonna move on.
Biggest regrets in my marriage is that I waited to say things. And the reason why I did it was because I felt as though I was keeping the peace. I felt as though by not saying something because it was small or whatever, that it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. Or, and y'all fellas know exactly what I mean when I say this, I'll bring up something, but then instead of that something being addressed, now it's got to be, well, when you blah, 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 it's like, but we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about this. We're communicating this thing. So it got to where I would stop saying stuff because I was guilty of always saying, I know how this conversation is going to go. And what I meant by that is I don't know every word that you're going to say to me, but what I do know is that we're not going to address the thing that's on my mind because something's going to get thrown back in my face.
All right, JR.
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think about that video? He would wait to say things because he knew it would get thrown in his face. And he thought he was keeping the peace. So what do you think about that method?
I think this is so one of those situations where we're talking about a marriage, a wife. So I think that you have to handle that with a little bit more care. If it was somebody you was dating, I probably have a different take on it. But with that being his wife, what that's telling me is that there's an underlying problem somewhere. Um, but there's something wrong with the foundation. If you guys have been communicating like this for a while, I would be asking the question, why? Why is it that every time I bring up something, she brings up something that I've done in the past? But why is it that I can't come to her and talk to her about different things because I'm afraid that she's gonna throw it in my face? So there has to be some type of underlying problem that hasn't been addressed, and it seems like both of y'all are avoiding it because when you approach her, then she's bringing up everything that you have done or something you've done, and then you're not coming to her at all because you're afraid of getting attacked. So there has to be a situation that hasn't been resolved in the past, and you guys are not discussing that. Um, it could be some underlying issues like low self-esteem, some unresolved trauma, or even maybe it being difficult to accept some type of change. So when you have those situations in a marriage, I mean, somebody has to be the bigger person. Somebody has to set the tone and say, "Hey, I don't know why you're doing this, but we need to figure this out because I don't. We can't keep communicating like this because nothing is getting resolved." Now, if somebody can't do that, then that's when you guys need to go do some type of therapy. Maybe bring somebody in that can help you guys, like maybe give you guys some exercise or some tools so you guys can be able to get through whatever needs to be resolved. But to me, it sounds like both of y'all like were deflecting, and the problem wasn't getting addressed, and you guys wasn't asking the right questions.
I like that. Very good insight. Yeah, Frenchie says, I get where he was wanting to keep the peace, but if the issue is recurring, then it needs to be addressed. There's a saying, and I may not get it fully correct, but trying to keep the peace with others, but you're starting a war within yourself. There's a lot of there's a lot of people that try to keep the peace with others. They don't want to say nothing. They don't want to bring it up. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to go over that subject. But sometimes you gotta get a little messy to get to the other side. The only way to it is through it. And so, sometimes you do have to get a little messy. But if those things that JR said existed, then I can see why there, is resistance there. Because like I said before, there is a gap. So there's a gap between when you feel as though you can't trust her to have a conversation with her, and the gap of where she feels as though she can't voice how she feels because she knows you're going to shut it down in the sake of keeping peace. So she acts out even more. It's a childish behavior. It's a very impulsive type of thing, like, oh no, I know he's not going to hear me out, or I know he's not going to let me talk, let me just say whatever, or let me attack him to get that rise out of him so we can keep this conversation going longer even though we're not going to get anywhere with it going longer. So I agree with a lot of things that you said, JR. Hank, what about you? What do you think about King's video? You're on mute.
My bad. I think it's spot on in a lot of relationships that men are dealing with stuff like this. I know I definitely had to deal with that in my previous marriage. To the point I just start saying fuck it, excuse my language, and I just start being sarcastic, like I was talking to somebody I didn't care about no more. I mean, it got to that point. And once a man get to that point where he look at you like a common Joe or Joanne, it's done. It's pretty much, put a fork in it. You know what I'm saying? It's over. Because when I was like it, it's like, man, shit, I don't care. The hell with it. I don't care how she takes it. She gonna take it. And, and I remember I constantly hearing, it's all about tone delivery. And I would say, man, screw my tone delivery. I'm sick of this shit. Look at her. This is what I got to say. And like I said, I just stopped caring how it came out. I just said what I said. Now it was true, it was honest, but it wasn't the delivery she was expecting. Well, I mean, I try the other way. I try to talk sweet. I try to be more considerate. I try to be nice about it. That only goes so far. And like you said, sometimes like you feel like you gotta talk to child. You the first time you tell your kids, you try to tell them in a respectful voice, hey, y'all need to go in and clean that room up. You come back an hour later, that room still ain't clean. Clean that goddamn room up before I beat your asses.
Oh my God.
Why do I have to do that? Why couldn't it be done the first time? Why could not the first time I addressed it like that? Why couldn't it have been, you received it the first time? Why I gotta get violent to it? I gotta say some threatening shit or use a profane language or some profanity in order to get a rise out of you to do what you got to do. I shouldn't have to do that, especially a grown ass adult. I shouldn't have to do, but damn, that's the way it felt at times, King. So I definitely understood what you're talking about. Shit, me and my fiance, we going to premarital counseling. We start Wednesday. Get the process started so we can make sure little things like this don't become a problem. Because now I'm just straight numb. I'm not going back to talking sweet like that no more. But I can't do her like that because she's not that same individual. And it's kind of hard. You kind of get flashbacks, PTSD. You know what I'm saying? But goddamn,
Real though, that's real.
here we go. Don't start this shit. Start this shit. Look, she watch it. She know what I'm talking about. She'll be all right. I love
that you guys going to the premarital counseling. I think that's very important. I think a lot of people don't realize how that really does prepare you, because they'll ask you those questions. They'll give you a book. It'll be something that you have to do together as well as individually. So you get in the practice of doing it. And it's only those who take it serious where it's just like, all right, let's just chill. Let's pull the book out. Let's do an exercise. Let's, and it brings you back to the center, where a lot of people don't have a home base. Like, it's supposed to be God, man, woman, child, but a lot of people don't have a home base. They don't have a foundation. They don't have premarital therapy where they can say, you know what, we checked in this week, we're having these issues, let's talk to such and such about it. We can talk about it with them together, or we could do it separately. We could do it both. You have somewhere to retreat to when you're going through issues. And I think that's a lot of people's issue. They won't invest in themselves and the relationships that they're going to be investing the rest of their lives in. It's like, you can invest in your clothes, you can go to these concerts, you can do everything else, but spend a $50 copay to go talk to somebody that will, help the well-being and the healthiness of your relationship. Kenny, did you go on this topic?
No, I didn't. I was just observing, like watching the video. Since I've been fortunate enough to know King, his mannerisms tell me he's non-confrontational as far as I get, in my opinion. Our next part is there's a passive part, and that could be a gift and a curse within a relationship, because that could be an opening for a power struggle. Maybe prior wife did that to see how far she could go. Maybe prior wife did that to see if she could spark that in you to come out. And she, certain women respond better if, oh, damn, you put me in my place and stuff like that, rather than just hearing you at what you said. I don't want to argue. I want to come to a positive outcome. And it seems that every time we go down this path, that can't be achieved. And within relationships, I know everybody on the panel knows because they've had relationships. Listening and communication is a big key. Being able to take yourself out of defense mode that you feel you have to respond rather than listen. This is someone that you're sharing your life with, that you made either a vow with or you have a union with. I'm not going to bed mad or upset with somebody that I love and not being able to get rid of these disagreements or miscommunications, because those become cancerous over time. And I've learned, because I've made these mistakes. I fell on my back, the cuckoo birds flying around my head, because I wasn't on my square when dealing with said females. So I can have empathy when I watch my brother King up there giving a piece of his life and how he had regrets, like most men do, like most women do, most people in relationships do. But I think communication, and it's easier said than done with many, but I think that's the key point. Then you really find out if this person is for you or against you. I digress.
All right. Communication. All right. So I appreciate all who are in the building. Perry Production says, have you hit the like button yet? Have you hit the like button yet? Have you hit it yet? Have you shared the stream? What's going on? We're going to get into the second half of the show. I appreciate all those who are watching. We're going to get into father wounds. So Father's Day is coming up. We got uno, dos, tres, cuatro. We got 4 fathers on the panel. 4 fathers on the panel. And everybody knows that Mother's Day get all the attention. Mother's Day, the restaurants are packed. Mother's Day, people be booked. Father's Day, what's the coolest gift y'all have gotten for Father's Day? The coolest one.
Last Father's Day, my lady got me an Apple AirTag for my wallet because I was constantly misplacing that. The most valuable thing I think I've ever gotten in my adult life. I think it's great.
Okay. Anybody else a cool gift on Father's Day? You might have to give some folks some ideas out here because Father's Day is coming up. It's on Sunday. Anybody else with a cool Father's gift? Maybe even one that you have given. May have not been one that you received. Maybe one that you have given. Those in the chat, y'all can participate as well while you're here. Don't just stare.
I remember giving my uncle some of that old brute, that one that touches skin and burn.
Oh my God.
I spent my little money on that. He was there like,
man. I know what it really was. It was that Avon bottle you gave me, green color.
It could be.
No, but it's kind of funny. Kenny said that. I didn't give my dad nothing like that. It was something like it. It was one of them Old Spice collection where they had the old off-white bottles with the little gray top. It had the cologne and the shave in it. So I gave him that look.
My dad he's a drag car. Is it called drag car? He's a drag car fan. I don't know if any of y'all have ever heard of that cologne. But he's a fan of that. Anybody else?
No? Yeah, like I would probably say a gift I'd be giving is that Assured Man King on top.
Woo! You better promote your line. You ain't give me no advertisements, no help aids.
I know that's right. I know that's right.
The actual Smith, if you could do the 1-2 in the chat, put a link to the Assured Men's, the skincare for the men for their beards and their skins and stuff. I think you're giving what, a 30% off? Is it 30% off? 20% off? How much is it?
Oh, no, you're talking about Foot Locker employee discount. You're talking about 30% now.
Oh my God.
No, it's 15%.
Oh, 15%. Just give it away. It's fine. Just give it
away. I mean, if the product wasn't great, then I would have just gave it away. Just seeing how.
I'm sorry, I said 30%. All right, so 15%, y'all.
Shit, I mean, that's like you said 30%. That's like store closing pricing right there.
The closeout sale.
Hey, that's a Black Friday deal right there.
It should be a Black Friday deal on Father's Day. Shoot, but we're gonna talk about 3 different types of fathers. Actually, we're gonna get into it. I actually have good news. Okay, I spoke to my biological father for the first time on Saturday, so I will visit.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So that comes in time for Father's Day, very timely. So I wanted to share that with you guys. I'll be documenting my journey there. I ain't gonna share it right away because I know content. I can make a video out of that. You divine timing. Everything gonna happen in its own time.
I see your smile. Did you do like Color Purple run through the field?
No, I didn't do a run through the field. But it is a good feeling, to be able to connect with someone who made me.
Blessing.
So, he may be watching, so hey. But yeah, so we're gonna get into the next part of the show. 3 different types of fathers. There's a father who wants to be there, but he only wants to be there from like 12 and up. And I think our Payne talked about your dad being there at a certain time. And then he married, went on with another family. There's a father who doesn't want to take a legal route to fight for his son. So he just going to wait for the baby to just get a certain age and come looking for him. And then there's a father that wants to be in his father's life, but the mom kept him away. So we're going to get into those 3 videos. If you guys haven't, definitely hit the like button, share this stream. Maybe a father is going through this or have gone through this, and maybe the fathers that are on the panel can, lend to some insight. And I did pin the link to the show. So if anybody wants to join the show, you can hit that link at the top of the chat. So we're going to get into the first one, and it is going to be, we're going to do Kendra first because, she comes with the shenanigans sometimes.
Where are you calling me from?
West Palm.
West Palm. You have any kids?
I don't know how I want to answer that. Because I do, but I don't deal with him, so he's not no problem for me or none of that. So,
wow.
And you're proud to have a child. So you're proud to have a child that you don't deal with.
Nah, I ain't proud of it, but at the end of the day, I can't force the mama to be something they ain't. Like,
Well, you can force a relationship with your child and get a court document.
I done did that to the point where it's like, got to go the legal route now. So it's like, at this point, the legal route wasn't how he was made, so I'm not finna raise him through no legal route. I just would rather wash my hands with it.
And you feel like that makes more sense?
Nah, it's what's wanted. It's not what I wanted.
It's not
what they
what's wanted.
wanted.
I mean, you as a father should fight to the end to be a part of your child's life.
I'm probably gonna say something most people wouldn't say, but at the end of the day, as long as I still shoot, I got another chance to take care of one. You got to raise that one. That's how you wanted it. I can't, like, at the end of the day, Kendra, it's a long.
I'm gonna stop it right there because y'all expressions already are just, Lord Jesus, this man. Like, I can just see. So what are you guys thinking already? King, I'm gonna go to you first, and then I'm gonna go to Hank. What are you guys thinking already watching this? He was on a Kendra G show looking for a woman, and Kendra G asks all these questions to vet these people that come on her show. And one of the questions is, do you have children? And so he gave his response. We're not all the way through yet, but what do you think, King, as for what he's saying so far?
I tell you what, Precious, I'm gonna sit this one out. I'm placing an order for some of that Assured Men's product right now to get me some stuff to fix this beard up. And I'm on the website placing the order right now. But I'm gonna sit this one out.
That, man. Thank you.
All right, Hank.
So what King is trying to do? King is trying to keep up with this luscious mane that I have, but ain't no keeping up with it. It's like a thing of beauty. But as far as the clip, man, that shit. I can't stand that shit. I can't stand somebody who doesn't put in the effort. And when I heard, and I talk about this on King, I don't like that. I don't see how anybody could turn their back on that child. Now, maybe I'm speaking from this standpoint because I know what it's like to not always have my father in my life. And I know that sick feeling that I had on a regular basis of sitting on porch, sitting in the living room, waiting in the bedroom for him to come pick me up, and he don't show. And that's something I said I would never put my daughter through or my son through. Mm-hmm. And oh man, and to see stuff like this, it makes the good fathers look bad because there's a lot of great fathers out there doing what they need to do as fathers, as role models, as stepfathers, what I'm saying, bonus kids and all that good stuff, doing what they need to do. But then you have these few deadbeats like this dude who makes us look like all of us ain't like that. And it's farthest from the truth I've ever heard. But you have people who say that and think that way and have that mindset because of few bad apples, man. And so seeing shit like this, it sickens me. Yeah. He might be doing that child a favor for real because he don't sound like he cares at all. So.
All right. Well, we're not done watching the whole clip, but I can understand why you.
It don't get no better. I can't be.
RP.
Listen, this might be controversial, but I don't disagree with him. We don't know the amount of agita that the mother of that kid is putting them through. I know some guys have been alienated from their sons and daughters. And this whole notion is easy for us to sit down and say, you fight for your kids, lose everything, your whole self. He probably just stroked this honey, you probably don't even know her name. and she got pregnant, and she got a kid. And you know, he didn't say he didn't try. He said he just didn't want to put up with the bullshit he had to go through to be in this kid's life. And so he says, I could just go ahead and make some more, maybe do better. So I just don't want to automatically say that. First of all, he doesn't speak for all men. Okay. He doesn't speak for the majority of men. He speaks for himself. So every time some man does something stupid or whatever, I don't internalize that. He don't speak for me. He don't speak for the majority of black men. He speaks for himself. And if he's honest enough to say, hey, listen, you know what? That little bastard I made over there, I'm not going to fight his mother to be in his life because she doesn't want me to be. So I'll make some more. Hopefully he does better. But like you said, the kid might be better off not having him in his life with his mentality. So if he's willing to admit that, I mean, we could crucify him, but he doesn't represent black men. He represents himself. So you know what? Listen, everybody underestimates how bad it is when a woman wants to alienate a man from his kids. That is as much of abuse as anything under the sun. And we pay lip service to that shit all the time, and men take the brunt of that, and we get no relief, not in the courts, nowhere. And so I'm not going to automatically just say this guy is a loser because he has to go through hell and high water to do something that should come natural, be with his kids without fighting anybody. So, I'm just not, I don't have enough information to call him a loser or not. But the one thing I do know, he doesn't represent all of us, good or bad. So I'll land it there.
Okay.
That's a goddamn shame.
Arpain Airlines, you are cleared for landing.
We could debate that one day on your channel. Hey, you can beat my ass, but I'm gonna stay steadfast on that particular thing.
Arpain, I love you to death, but you need some Kunta Kinte lashes across your back. That whole monologue that you just went over.
I thought it was fantastic.
I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Okay.
Did that man show any contrition with his behavior, body language, etc., while he was on that show looking for
it's not required.
A new woman to stick his raw penis in and bring confusion in her life?
Say that again. What does that have to do with him sticking his penis in a woman who let him? He probably was just like that way when he bettered her. He probably didn't give a shit about anything that she knew.
Did that man show any contrition while?
Oh man, damn it, man! Can we just get into it? Now you froze up. Let me give you a 4K mic and all that shit and all that other stuff.
I mean, you made a shot to the man. You made a, and now you're gonna take a shot to the man. Okay, this is sickening, man. The bad part about it is, you sit there and say he don't represent us, but unfortunately, that's the stereotype of black men don't take care of the kids. And so it does represent us. It's just unfortunate they will put that on all of us like that. You and I both know that. Yes, they do.
Okay. No. I hear you, Hank, but we're way past that. We got all kinds of credentials that show that black men are awesome fathers. And just a couple of outliers like that dude doesn't bring us all down. We got to stop internalizing bad behavior of a few individuals and say that's our own. I don't agree with that.
So why not shame that man for his stance? He's more worried about getting some more ass and trying to make another baby instead of taking care of the current baby he has. How do you think it's going to look on trying to hook up with a female woman? How do you think that's going to go on? You think any woman with the mind is going to say, "Hey, I want to get with him in case I get pregnant. I know he's going to bail on me." Guaranteed.
There's no shortage of women. If he has the aesthetics they're looking for, that's going to open their legs. There's no shortage.
You sound like old Pookie. You sound like an old Pookie.
There's no shortage of women out there who's going to give him some butt.
Hey, Hank, now our conversation has come full circle This taps into the Nick Cannon conversation about Pookies and Ray Rays. Now, what do you prefer? Nick Cannon, a man of means that has a bunch of children. You say he doesn't have time for them, but he's willing to take care of his responsibilities.
Does that make it right, Kenny?
Okay, wait. Let me finish.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
And then you have individuals like this, and that is our own. We spend times, and this is something that is pointed out on panel after panel. We want women in order. We want women to stop girl code. We want to be able to have females call out other females for bad behavior. This is an extent where you're giving him a pass when we should be calling out black men for bad behavior, such as that. He there smiling, got his Drew down hairstyle. You know, he all up close in the camera like he want to get Kendra G pregnant. He there like licking the lips. All this. I'm like, for real?
No, okay. All right. Listen, Kenny, I swear to God, there's not enough information there for me personally, to say that this guy's a dead, because he also said that he tried and he was denied by the baby's mother.
Okay.
No. Did he say that or not? Did he say he made an attempt?
But he didn't want to go the legal route. That's what he said.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's a man that he said, I did not want to go the legal route.
Every avenue that he could.
That I wanted to win. He said, I'm not going to fight for my child. I'm not going.
I'll concede that. I'll concede.
I'm just go out there as long as my things still work.
Can I concede a point? Because the same men who say we could go the legal route, and they find out how much it costs to do that, right? And how much and the fact that for the most part you're still going to lose 70-30, some shit like that. The point really is that if I father a child with a woman that I just had a one-night affair with or whatever, I shouldn't have to go through any of that stuff to see my kid. Wait. If I made a good faith effort and she gave me some shit, right? So I don't want to just destroy this dude because I don't have enough information, but I understand where he's coming from. Some of these things should be natural. She shouldn't have the right. She should not have the right.
Guys.
Okay, we can go ahead.
Here, when two people are speaking at the same time, anyone?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because we can't hear both of y'all.
No, I'm just trying to say is I don't disagree with these gentlemen these esteemed gentlemen saying that I might be wrong. But the point really is that I'm not going to destroy this brother off rip because of the bad behavior of the mother of his kids, because I have anecdotal evidence of a woman alienating her son from his father, and it's a horrible kind of thing.
We're gonna get
so we don't have to go down that deep. So I'm not going to condemn him off rip. I'm just not going to do it. No.
We're gonna get into that. We're gonna just keep going. And then when we get back from showing a little bit more of the clip, we'll go to JR.
Story. I'm not gonna do it because I know you don't really got no time like that. So I ain't gonna hear it.
No, listen, I got time. I want to hear the story.
Okay. The one that's the child that we talking about right now, yeah, I wanted to be there. I wanted to be a part of his life. I still do. But at the end of the day, if you're not allowing me to be there, how am I gonna force myself to be there? Like, I wasn't there for the birth, nothing. Like, I don't even know this baby size, none of that. Like, can't tell you the first cry, none of that. But I've bought shit for this baby and come on. I bought more diapers than I've changed. Come on.
How old is the child?
3 months, going on 4. And I only dealt with my child 3 times. Only had him around me for 2 weeks out of the 4 months he done been alive. I'm not gonna put myself through that trauma and that pain. Talking about fighting to beat up, like, nah. I'd rather just go ahead and get my rights away and make another one that I can beat up happily for, with no problems, no issues.
And that's what you want to stand by, Pain?
Yes.
But there's so many. I believe that there are a lot of men who face this same situation. JR, what do you have to say about the video? Do you think him and his stance is a valid one? Do you think it's common today where guys don't want to go the legal route and they also don't want to fight a woman to see their child? And so they just give up and they're just like, all right, well, I'll just go make a new one.
I mean, it's unfortunate that we have men, humans. I just say humans because it ain't just men who are just unstable and shouldn't be creating children. I think that she vetted the wrong guy, he vetted the wrong woman, so they just cancel each other out. I think that I have enough information based off what he said because if he didn't want to go through anything, then he should have strapped up and made sure that a child wasn't created, and he had total control over that. And I get it, right? Some women are difficult, but that's a decision that he made, and that's a responsibility that he made. The child is innocent, so he needs to step up and fight for his responsibility. I mean that was a choice that he had at the time when he was in bed with her, and that's just the consequence of it. So now that child is here, the child shouldn't have to suffer. And if he wants some rights, but I've known men who was able to get rights, just like he just don't care. And I highly doubt that he's gonna go to another woman and treat that child any different. I just think based off what he's saying now, I don't know the guy, but based off what he's saying, it just sounds like he just effed up individual, and his psychology and thought and how he looks at life and like creating children is just off the rim.
Okay. Kenny,
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I don't know if Kenny went
No, yeah.
yet on this one. And then we'll go to you, King.
I think he eating.
I'm sorry, Kenny. I apologize. Okay, go ahead,
No,
King.
I'm up.
Okay.
Okay.
I bought enough Pampers in the 3 months this baby been alive. I did my justice. Negro, tell us what you. Okay, tell us the real crux of the discussion. That you're up, 3-month-old baby. Let's use the time frame given to us. But your butt is up on Kendra G, looking for another woman to fillet. Really? And you're so quick to dash away your seed. The one thing in this world that would love you unconditionally is your baby. Until you do something otherwise. I have to empathize. At one point in my time in my 20s, I lived with my sister, and my nephew was born. Me and him was like Wonder Bread and cheese. When I came home from work, his eyes lit up because he knew I had those cheese doodles he liked and his other little delectables. And I could at least feel a part of what my sister felt, knowing that she had a child that loved her unconditionally because he loved me. If I hear a man, Pookie, Ray Ray, is so quick to discard his child, I don't care what it caused pain. Pain, you sound disingenuous. You would give your last dime for your daughters. Don't ever listen. You can't fight that battle for him.
I'm not.
That is the thing that is disgusting that keep good women away from us, the regular plain fellas that just want a hello and hi and to have somebody love them. They get these individuals, and I want to quote R. Kelly before I digress. One man can make one woman hate all men. That song is ringing in my head right now.
And
you can tell how many women that one man could affect. I digress.
Can I respond to this?
There's real good examples of people talking more about this now. I can't think of the comedian that was on Club Shay Shay recently that talked about how
Lavelle Crawford.
Yeah, Crawford. Yeah, he talked about how he didn't know who his dad was, and his mom would always bad talk, his dad and things like that. And then he actually met the guy, and I think Lavelle even said like his mom was wrong in how he kept his dad away from him. And there's the average guys that are talking a little bit more about this as well, how the mom's making it difficult. There's a guy who's gone viral for sharing how he's trying to be in his son's life, and he's trying to do the right things by serving to establish the parental rights, just to then be able to get the proper visitation court, because the mom won't let him. And by all accounts, at least from what he's showing on social media, he seems to be a good dude, but he just put his seed in the wrong woman, and she's keeping that kid, his son, away from him for no reason. It happens. I can kind of understand what that young man is saying. I don't agree with it, but I do understand it.
I want to ask y'all something real quick. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but is there any law that will stop a man from getting visitation rights?
No. There's no law. It's just not working right. It just doesn't work right. The law just doesn't work. I mean, no, wait a minute. He asked everybody a question. I mean, there's no law against it, but there's more than enough empirical evidence that just going through the courts does not adjudicate the fact that a woman keeps a kid from
I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about for him to get a piece of the pie. Is there anything that's preventing him from going to get visitation rights?
No,
nothing.
Right.
Unless most people something using that kid. That's the only way. Unless there's abuse, some sort of abuse.
So most people don't want to do research. Most people don't want to work. Like, people just want things handed to them. I understand it's going to take work, but we can look outside of that. You can give people the game on how to level up, and they still won't do it because it's too much work. They lazy. There's nothing stopping him from being able to get visitation, at least get visitation rights.
You know what? I just disagree. I fundamentally disagree with everybody putting this shit on the man and not the woman, even up to the conception. Listen, in every state in the union, in every court, at every level, a woman has the right to say no when a man wants to have sex with her. In the courtroom,
like you just focus on.
Wait a minute. Now you
Pain. I don't even talk that much, Pain. I don't even talk that much.
But you made a statement. Okay, go ahead, Jay. I'm gonna just defer to you because of your position. But
man, go ahead.
I just defer. I'm getting my ass kicked for deferring and everything. All right. So all I'm just trying to say is there's no attack. All I'm just trying to say is that when a man has sex with a woman, she has the right of first refusal according to the law everywhere. So just to say that he's a deadbeat by sticking his Johnson in a woman, men have an imperative. She let him do it, and he should be responsible for the kid afterwards. But she has to let him be the father, and it sounds like she doesn't want him to do that. And Ebony K. Williams, how much more do we need from women to tell her all they look at us is some seed and sperm? She's on a big platform talking about all a black man is good for is his seed. And we let that shit pass. I mean, come on, man. Why we keep
okay.
Because we let people just do anything to us. I mean, you know what, man? Men should have advocates.
I'm not talking about any of that. Like, I'm not saying that he's not being done wrong. I'm not saying that she's not difficult. I'm not saying that she's not denying him that. With all that being said, now that we said, okay, this is a possibility, what can he at least do? And what did he do? Like, he created a child along with her, right? Okay. They did it together. And if he wants to see his child, but she's denying it, there are actions that he can take to be able to at least get visitation rights outside of everything else. I'm not denying. I'm not trying to place blame on anybody. I'm saying if he was to come talk to me and tell me about the situation, the advice that I would give him is say, you got to go get visitation rights. I've heard plenty of stories where the woman was doing the guy wrong and he cared enough for that child and he went the length in order to get visitation rights. I've even seen it where guys got full custody because they found out that the woman was unfit. At least start something, and then you got a paper trail. And if he's a stand-up guy doing what he's supposed to do, the tables may turn. And he may get the child full custody. You don't know. At least try. The only thing I'm hearing from him on that particular show is that, hey, she been difficult. F it. I'll find somebody else.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I'm not disagreeing. That's true.
Like,
That's true.
He made the statement of not wanting to go through the trauma and the pain of being there for his child. Yet the child didn't ask to be here. And so you don't want to go through the trauma and the pain to fight for your child, but you want your child to find you years later, when the child will understand. And honestly, most children won't understand. It takes the Lord, Jesus, prayer. It takes so much for you to actually get to a point later on in life where you are okay with what happened to you. It takes so much healing to get to that point. So most children don't get to that point because you do have a mother in your ear probably calling you everything in the book except for a child of God. And so the child has to hear that up until whatever time that they decide to look for you, if that's what they decide to do, because they've been, indoctrinated with so much hatred towards you. So the thing that he is trying to avoid is going to be the thing that happens to his child, and that's where the cycle continues. And so he's trying to avoid something that's already in him because his dad couldn't have been there. I don't know if Arpain said it or JR said it, but the one thing that is lacking in him is passion to be there for the life that he created. Arpain is like, I understand him where he can make another life and she's not allowing and this and that. But again, you guys both made that child together. So if you want to walk away and you want to have this, I don't care type of attitude, they usually say how you do one thing is how you do most things. So it's almost like you must go through life with type of attitude. But I do see this being an issue with a lot of men, and you would think that men would stop sticking their thing in just anything.
It's not going to happen.
Because when you are dealing with a woman who you don't know, who you haven't vetted, you don't know what she's been through, you don't know who she's connected with, you don't know who she's intermingling with and getting her doctrine and her theories and her theology from. When you don't know any of that stuff and you just hot to try, you just want some ass, then this is what you sign up for.
Exactly.
You sign up for a woman who is not going to be cooperative. You sign up for a woman who is not going to be team us or at least team dad, so dad can see his child and be an active member in his child life, even if me and dad are not together. You sign up for the chaotic and the inconsistencies of what that comes with, because when you're not vetting a woman, she can do anything to you. And your first response is that fight or flight. And most times a lot of men don't men aren't men if you're not in a situation where you're married and things like that, there are a lot of men who are not going to stick around for a child. And I'm not saying that there aren't men who are not going to do it, but if a man had to decide, do I live my life and do what I need to do, or am I going to be raising these children? They're going to pick doing what they need to do. If you're not married and things of that nature, it takes a man who has a passion for his family, who has a passion for his life,
Exactly.
to actually fight for his children, because he's fighting for his DNA. He's not even looking at you as part of the problem. So, you got to be, he brung this on himself, and the things that he's trying to avoid is what's going to be birthed inside of his child. And then the cycle is just going to continue. Go ahead, Jimmy.
By the way, the lady that was just talking, that is really good sense. And I love you, baby. And
Jimmy,
I got 4 boys. My boys are all in their 30s and maybe older. My oldest one is in their 40s. He was born in 1983. And the lady that was just talking there, what lovely sense that was. because when we all have children, we are all responsible for that child, and that child bringing up and maybe trying to be maybe responsible for himself. And all you people in the room, I do believe in you all, and you all have lovely outlooks on life. And maybe the people in the world today is not the world we used to know like yesterday. That guy with the gray hair, with the gray hair and the glasses on, I love you, son. You know why? Because the world is not innocent like it used to be in the 1970s. And the guy with the spectacles on with the beard, I love you, son. You know why? Because you're my ears and I respect you. And the younger folk of the day do not respect the older gentlemen of yesterday. And the guy with the blue hoodie on, I love you, son. And I love you and I respect you for being an older gentleman. And it's a shame that maybe the younger generation of the day don't have the respect which they should have. And some people, like that lady, that just maybe give the talk, and children and kids and things like this. That was a lovely thing in what you said. And that's all. I'm just sitting here, and I do apologize for being a little drunk. I love you, darling.
Thank you, Jimmy. We appreciate you. Thank you very
I
much.
take care, my baby. I love you all more than you love me.
Okay, Jimmy.
Thanks so much for tuning in. All right, so we're gonna keep going on with this because
Precious, can I just say one thing to the?
By the way, my older gentleman who's in his 60s, I'm in my 60s too. I'm 61.
Can you
And I
see the,
still love
the
you, my
massive
little
disrespect that I'm getting up here for an old guy, man? They're kicking my ass all over the place. Some of it's deserved, but most of it is not. But anyway, listen, Precious, what you said, I don't disagree with. But one of the things I think we keep messing around is that men and women have a natural nature. We do. We're not above our natural instincts. And you know what? The way men and women have been mating in the black community in the last 10, 20 years, we're no different than animals in the field. That's why we have so many single mothers out there, so many men moving away because people don't give a shit who they're giving babies to anymore. So just this asshole that came on Kendra G, you don't think that woman who laid down with him didn't see that he was an asshole beforehand? Of course she did. She didn't care. So this whole notion, we're trying to turn these guys into something that they ain't, and it don't work that way. That's why they tell you marry before you carry, vet a person before you have a baby. And all I'm saying is to take this dude and all of a sudden thinking he's going to be some pillar of the black community is just absolutely absurd. So everybody takes a responsibility for bringing a kid in this world. And guess what? She has the last time because she could put him on child support. So the government and all the people can say if they get a social security number, they can garnish his money. He could go to jail. It's not like he's getting away scot-free. So it's not like he's just walking out. If he doesn't have any kind of footprint, he might get away. But if he does, that baby mama could destroy this dude. Put him in jail, no job, no license, no nothing, if he doesn't comply. So it's not like he's getting away scot-free. I just am an advocate for men. I think men are too easy to destroy ourselves in this diaspora. And I just can't take it no more. How much do we have to pay for the shit that everybody else does? Come on, we have our part to play, but we ain't the only Lone Rangers out here that need to be responsible for everything because we're the men and leaders. You know what? We don't control the sexual marketplace. Men don't. Women do. So let me just land it there.
You control the participation you play in the sexual marketplace.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's just too deep to talk about. Listen. How many men turn down sex? Most men don't. No matter what, men take sex from women any way y'all give it. It's only a few men.
It's about protecting yourself and understanding that after this act, we're both responsible. And if I do try to, take care of my child and you give me hell about it, just know I'm going through hell and high water for my child. Like that's it, that's all. But there are men who do hell and high water for their DNA. Their DNA is not really worth anything, and that's how I see it. Your DNA must not be worth anything. It's trash. You have trash DNA if you don't feel like you should fight for your children. And that trash DNA is going to continue to be, put into a cycle until somebody breaks that cycle. And unfortunately, there are men that are producing children that will continue to have this in their blood because someone is not saying this is going to stop with me, not going to allow a woman to come in between something that I created. And I know it's easier said than done because believe me, I know how vindictive, evil, disgusting, vile, I know how women can be. But that's all the more reason for men to value their sperm, their DNA, what they're going to produce in this world.
So part of the problem is, Payne, you too goddamn old to sound this goddamn foolish, man. I can't believe this bullshit, dog. This is crazy. Well, I can't stand men who make excuses. And what makes it even worse, men who make excuses for these other men who make excuses. That shit sickens me. You a goddamn weak ass man if you're gonna sit there and make some goddamn excuses about not taking care of your goddamn kids. Cause you too tired, cause you don't want to have a disagreement with the woman. Not that you went in there illegally expended all your savings of your 401k and your 457 in order to get some type of custody. You're not even trying to get visitation. And your only gripe is I bought 3 packs of Pampers in the past 3 months. You a weak motherfucking man. Matter of fact, let me stop calling you a goddamn man, because that's an insult to me and every other real one out there. This is a goddamn shame, man, that we got dudes like it. And Payne, you keep defending this bullshit. That's some bullshit, Payne. Why you doing this? I don't believe in making excuses for no man, man. No excuses. None. That's why we the way we in our situation now. Because we always looking to make excuses. I don't give a damn if it's a man or woman. You ain't shit. That man ain't shit. And he came up with every excuse in the book why he wasn't shit. Talking about, I'm ready to sign my rights over. Dude, you're not even trying to fight. But you ready to go down there and sign some legal documents. How about you go down and sign some paperwork in order to retain a goddamn lawyer? Or maybe, just maybe, if you got some people in your community, they might have some advocacy programs to try to help you. But I bet he's too goddamn lazy to get off his ass playing PlayStation all goddamn day. He don't even want to do that shit. He don't want to do a goddamn thing, but sit on his ass, smoke weed, and try to get some pussy. And then he's get with this weak motherfucker. She deserved to get knocked up and get in the same goddamn situation. The dude's a goddamn loser, and it's a shameful man. And Payne, I'm disappointed that you defending this motherfucker like he's your grandson. Now, if this man was doing it, you'd be ready to knock him off.
I'm not defending him. I just don't agree with men putting all the blame on other men. I'm just tired of it. I just can't see us standing up here destroying each other because this one asshole, like I said before, I don't see him representing us. I don't look at that guy as representing this men like that. And this woman gave him some box, raw, her choice, her body, her choice, and he got her knocked up. Now we want him to turn into some kind of angel of mercy. I mean, these guys shouldn't have got no sex in the first place. So all I'm trying to say is, listen, y'all could kick my ass all you want and all that stuff.
And we will.
Yeah, but y'all would be wrong.
How so? You are trying to coddle this man for his decision.
I am not. I don't see it that way. I don't. I
just don't see it that way.
That man got a hold of your daughter like that. You've been okay with that.
No, but listen, my daughters wouldn't be fucking messing around with a guy like that. Because I'm not messing around. My daughters wouldn't have sex with a dude like that.
It's a one night stand. You never know.
Listen, my daughters are grown women now. I got them from 0 to where they are on their own, and they ain't coming with me no fucking baby mamas or nothing. So I did something
let's
right.
be respectful.
You don't think they got into?
Let's not put his daughters into the
No.
equation.
They're grown
right.
women now.
You
They
right.
did
That's
something
my bad.
stupid that's on their own. Listen, I don't agree with you guys. The woman gave this asshole. You think he wasn't an asshole until after he got pussy? The guy was
Just
an
like
asshole
women,
going in.
certain men.
I mean,
Wait,
come
to answer your
on.
question, please. Allow time for your question to be answered.
Yes, sir.
Just like certain women, certain men really hide their true intentions
That guy,
very well.
he knew who he was. You
Okay,
saw
you're
that
not even
video.
trying to hear. You just trying to let the moon
he
shine
looked
on
like
you.
Don Quixote and shit going in. Come on, he was an asshole going in. He's an asshole now.
Okay, so let me broach it again. Would you agree or disagree with me that some men like women wear a false face and they know how to keep it for a long time?
Yes, I would agree with that. I wouldn't count that guy as one.
Wait. Being that you agree with that, we can parse it out real quick.
Yes, sir.
He knows what he was doing. You knew sweet talking guys in your day, shy brother, that go up there and sing on the mic. Nights like this, I wish. Get the girl, one dine, sell them the whole imagery, awaken their love, get them pregnant, and then go on Kendra G talking about I want another one. Let's discard this kid. Let me get a do-over.
No, listen, okay, Kenny, you make a nice little thing you're trying to do. The guy can barely conjugate a verb on Kendrick Yee, so all of a sudden now he's donkey. Now he's some kind of William Penn and shit with the chicks to get laid. Come on, he was
most of the dudes that I know had lyrics. They couldn't read a book, but they know how to sweet talk girls out of their panties.
So now we're making this guy into some kind of like chameleon that he's so good. The chick wanted to give him some box and she did. Raw. Dead raw, and then all of a sudden now he's supposed to be some paragon of virtue. I mean, some people got it. I don't agree with that. He was a bum. He was a bum going in. He's a bum now, and we're trying to put some kind of label on him like he was supposed to be some upstanding man. He's not supposed to have a kid because he wasn't supposed to have a box raw with a chick in the first place.
Hey, Hank, couldn't that have been you? Didn't we have like 2 episodes ago before you met your wife? You said you was raw dogging something, and you said you was holding your breath. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna hold you to what you said. I have a good memory. Didn't you say before you got married?
Was like that dude, Hank. Go there.
No, Hank, watch this. Hank, you was here. Didn't you say before you met your wife you was raw dogging? You was out there on them streets.
You look just like the dude on Kendrick G, Hank. Yeah, that was you going in?
No, I'm talking you, Mr. Payne.
He's talking to you.
Didn't you tell us you was raw dogging and then you was holding your breath praying that girl wasn't pregnant?
I've had those. I had that instance. Yes, that's why I know about it. That's why when I tell young guys, don't do it because you don't know.
Old ass poop. That's what you are, Payne.
Right.
You an old ass.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Any man on this stage, I dare you to tell me you didn't do that. So stop.
So wait. You won't wallow in your shame, but you want us to wallow in it with you.
No, I'm not shameful. I just went through an experience and I got lucky. I mean,
so
come on.
A Pookie gonna sympathize with another Pookie.
Okay.
Payne, this is that chance for you to
forever,
exit
man. We're talking forever, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with none of you guys on this thing. And you know what? I don't. It's not like this guy's a paragon of virtue, but I just don't like all of a sudden jumping on the dude because because the guy's a loser. The guy's just a loser.
So, Payne, when do you? So, he's a loser in your eyes, right?
Yeah.
When do you say, all right, you're a young man grown into a man who needs to handle their responsibilities? Are you saying he's a lost cause? Like after he done inserted into her, she has a child, she's not trying to have, the child see his or her father. Is he a lost cause now? Or how can this this kid who is irresponsible be now can he be talked to? Can he be coached? Can he be mentored? Or is he just a lost cause? Because there are a lot of men who do not want to fight, and they shouldn't have to fight. I'm gonna put that out there. They shouldn't have to fight to see their children. That's their children, right? So these women need to be coached and mentored and things of that nature as well. But for a young man who this happens to him, are we enabling behavior, or are we saying, okay, life has happened to you, wake up, it's time for you to handle your responsibility? So I think it's a lot of enabling of that behavior, and no one really, actually takes this young man underneath of his wing or whatever the case may be and mentors him and says, hey, look, life has now hit you, and this child is not going to go anywhere. So, hey, look, I've been through this. I'll go down to the courthouse with you, or I'll let you, I'll inform you of something. There's a lot of things that young Black men don't know. And out of fear or out of feeling like the reject or the corny one, they won't admit that they don't know these things. A lot of Black men, they also talk about the statistics about school, education. A lot of Black men are not trying to handle, Black young men, I should say, responsibilities as far as filing that paperwork, going down to the, state office and doing all the things. Right? These are things that women usually do, and they have to pick it up and they have to learn it. Somebody got to teach it to them. Ain't nobody trying to help. So they go through these motions, but these are not motions that young men go through. So my question is he a lost cause, or is someone like this who now has a child involved, this child didn't ask to be here, you're the kind of person that's like, well, hey, if he can make a new one, he can make a new one. He's but then you have a community that's going to continue to do this as well. So would you tell this young man to get mentored, or would you just say he's a lost cause, he's of another world, and he's going to die off, and we're not going to have to worry about him?
That's a good question.
There's men who are lost causes, but I think that we're trying to minimize things that nobody wants to agree with about men. And I don't understand. We got men around this panel. We have a imperative that's constant. Men constantly, through certain ages, want sex from women. Good guys, bad guys, in between guys, Pookies, Ray-Rays, rich men. We all have an imperative to mate with women. And so the point really is that when we try to put these things like you need to have discipline or abstinence and celibacy and all that kind of stuff, that all sounds good. But what's going on naturally out there in the real world is that, first of all, most men don't get a lot about it. There's some who do and there's some who don't, but most men don't, especially between 18 and 35 or 30, whatever. There's a big thing around 30-40% of men they get ignored. So when they get a chance to get sex, they're not turning it down. They're just not. They're not going to say, oh, let me wait a minute and put a condom on unless a woman requires it, right? And so guys, and a guy like him, he probably can get laid because he might have the aesthetics and all that. But going in, there's got to be discernment on both sides. But you can't sit down and say, all the discernment has to be on the man's side, because the point is that, because for the most part, if women have a virtue, because it's their body, their choice, men have to act right even before they can get to that point. And so when you let a guy like that into your inner sanctum, even though he should be responsible, we're talking about this guy. We just seen him talk. How responsible could anybody think this asshole would be? I mean, we see him talk, right? We see what he's saying. So for me to think that when he was in the moment with that chick he gave a baby to, that she was fooled by his aesthetic astuteness and all that shit, man, that's bullcrap. Stop. He wanted some and she wanted to give it to him, and she didn't require anything of him, right? And to say that he has his own responsibility to do it, yeah, he does. But most men take sex from women any way you give it to us. That's a natural fact, And so, no, wait a minute. You guys said all kinds of shit about me.
Arpain Airlines, you are cleared for landing.
It doesn't get any better. It gets worse. You about as bad as this guy talking. Please do not mentor young men. Please do not mentor men. And you telling them this. The bird ain't on you. It's her fault. It's all her fault.
No, you just extrapolate. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that we can't ignore the natural imperative of men. You can say all the stuff you want, Hank. You can say all that stuff you want.
Hey, he want to go that naked head. He ain't worried about no STDs or nothing. He ain't supposed to. It's not natural for you to wear one. Hey,
no,
you sound
I didn't
crazy.
say that. You said that. No, you said that because you want to hear what you want to hear. If you want to hear what you want to hear, people can have it both ways.
Don't kill yourself out, man. Go ahead, brother. I'm gonna let you have it. I'm gonna let you have it.
No, I'm done, man. I mean, because obviously you want to hear what you try to put stuff on me that I'm not saying. I hear what all this stuff that you guys are talking about. Look at this dude, man. Look at him. He got laid because the woman wanted to give him some box. She didn't care how he was coming.
So you gonna let the lesser value control your movements and everything.
You're the guys who made this. You're the guys who made him represent.
I'm not talking. Hey, just at ease, soldier. I'm not talking about you no more. I'm off you. I'm talking to the men out here. Please, fellas, do not do some stupid shit like this deadbeat motherfucking man right here. It's a bad decision. First of all, you shouldn't be going on naked head anyway. Don't be trying to pull out game. That's not the go-to move. Wear a condom. STDs out here. For a woman gonna let you go on a naked head probably on the first 1 or 2 nights, more than likely she's probably carrying some shit that penicillin can't cure. Okay. But you got individuals who say, well, what's gonna happen if he does test positive for some shit he wish he never had? Then what? Whose fault is that? Oh, it's still gonna be hers? No, it's gonna be on you because you was willing to put your shit in that naked head footy because you want to feel all the juices. You wanted to feel everything she has to offer, and now she gave you everything she has to offer, and it's not a child. Bullshit. There's no way I'm gonna put my hands in a woman's hands. I know the woman who's a lesser sex who's beneath me. Hell no, I believe in hierarchy, and I am the hierarchy. I determine on how I move and how I operate. A woman doesn't determine how I move or operate. And she's not going to determine when I'm going to have a child because I'm not going to give her that privilege unless she's blessed with my goddamn last name. That's some bull crap. Men, stand up. Be men who you are. If you go out there and make the mistake and make the decision to get a woman pregnant, then stand up and be the man that you are and take care of that child. Do what you have to do. Get your visitation right. Get establish paternity. First thing you need to do, establish maternity. Make sure that child is yours. And once you determine that child is yours, make sure you are in that child's life by any means necessary.
All right, we're going to keep going on with this and then close out with this.
It sounds fucked up, but at the end of the day, it's only as fucked up as you going to make it.
Well, let me jump in. You do as you may, but I will say this: the baby is innocent. The baby
he innocent, but at the end of the day, he innocent, but I ain't suspect. Like,
wait, what?
He innocent, but I'm not the suspect. Like,
you're not.
I'm just as innocent as he is. He innocent, but I'm not the suspect in this situation. I'm just as innocent as he is.
No, you're not. No, you're just as responsible.
I'm responsible, but I'm not like at the end of the day, like the way the game's getting played on my end, I can't help but be the way I am with it. Like,
well, let me jump in again. The baby is innocent, and as
I know he is.
Okay, stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off and hear me out for a second, and then we
go ahead.
rebuttal after. But I'm gonna get this out. You still have time. The child is young enough for you to man up, become a man. Whether I don't know about her, but I know of women that have tried to keep children's dads away from the child, and I saw these men do what they had to do to be a part of their child's life because they became a man. And at the end of the day, you laid down with her, you created this human being, and as a man, you should want to step up and be a father to that child. The child's 3 months, so you definitely still have time. I think you should reconsider that decision.
To be honest with you,
How
I
are you
ain't think
gonna feel when the child becomes 5 or 6 and knows that? And again, I'm not taking away from mother's. I don't know her situation, but I'm literally thinking of 3 situations where I can honestly say these baby mamas were crazy and they were doing things to keep the child's father away. And I watched
that
these men do all that they had to do to be a part of their child's life. And
that's bot
I think you need to do that.
that's bot what I done did to the point where police done, when he was being born, the police was called to the hospital. Police being called every time I'm trying to see him, to the point where it's like,
Well, no, I mean at
I
this
don't want to deal with him.
moment, you have to go the legal route. It sounds.
That's why I say at this point I don't even want to deal with it. The legal
Well, I
route
think
wasn't
you
how he
should
was made,
reconsider that. I
but the
think you
legal
should.
route, and in all honesty, the legal route wasn't how he was made. So I'm not gonna raise my son through no legal route. Like I shouldn't
Because
have
you
no
give up
court.
on this human being.
I
Period.
shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to live up under what the court want me to do or how the court want me to deal with my son. Court wasn't there when I made him. The courthouse wasn't in that bedroom. So why the courthouse got to be there to deal with him?
The ignorance. And wait, R-Pain, that's your king?
Come on, man. Listen, I just don't agree with you guys. This guy's a loser, man. She
Okay.
and sat with a loser, and she
Okay,
got a
let's walk
baby. So it
this
has
through.
nothing to do with what he is.
Okay, hold
We
on. Let's
ain't
walk
want to
this
do
through.
shit. But by you calling him my king, that's just bullshit. I just don't agree with you guys coming down on this guy with and giving a fucking bitch some no fucking responsibility whatsoever. She
Hold
slept
on.
with this dude, man.
Okay,
Stop.
wait.
Just
Let's broach
to say, listen, the guy said that what he said,
Wait,
he's a
R-Pain, you
loser.
can't go too far. Let's have a discussion. Let's eat
Yeah,
it
but
in
you shouldn't
pieces.
start out by saying he's my king, though. We ain't
Hold on.
starting
So
no
you took
discussion on that.
offense? You took offense to that?
Yeah, I took offense to that.
I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, R-Pain. You
You
know I
ain't hurt my
respect and
feelings.
love you.
I just took offense to that. I just don't agree
Okay,
with you
I
guys.
apologize, R-Pain. Okay, so let's parse it out. Let's eat this cow together. His behavior. Kendra, as much as I dislike her banter, she was giving him some gems. The only thing he cared to do was to see how he looked in the mirror and was adjusting his hat. Then he came with the ignorant statements to follow up. I don't want to have to at least do anything with the court because we did it in the bedroom together. We can't speak for if the woman was toxic, played a part in him running away from her. We can only go off of the behavior he shows. And we all know communication is 90% body language, 10% what you say. And if you made that cake, it wouldn't taste real good with the information that he provided us that we can go off of and make a summation. Yeah. He is us.
No, he's not.
Wait. Hear me out.
He's you.
Let me tell you why he is us.
No, he's you.
Because
he's not me.
You said no, you don't want to hear?
No. I don't agree with you. When you say us, who are you talking about?
Okay, you have to let it.
Okay, go ahead.
Let it marinate. Because you're here actually advocating for him despite his behavior. You pointed out one thing that you were not happy with his behavior, but you said these B words, which is derogatory, these so and so's, they should not be let off the hook either. We can only go off the information that we have. And the information that we have shows he's a poor representation of the brotherhood, and we supposed to hold him accountable.
Listen,
until we find other information that proves the female within this union was not moving right. I digress.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. And listen, he shouldn't have got any in the first place. That's what I'm saying. He shouldn't have been able to raw dog her in the first place. And that's number one. That's number two. And number three, if you don't believe that she called the police on him for trying to see his kid, that's number four. That's number three. So maybe he's lying, maybe he's not. Right? So the fact is that the guy was a deadbeat going in. For us to try to put some kind of, he represents the black race and all black men. The guy is what he is.
Wait, who said that?
Wait, no, what
That's
do you
not
mean you said
fair.
that? What do you mean that's not fair? You just said he represents us. I don't see him as that.
You said all black men. So what
you said he represents us, right? Did you say that?
He
or
does.
not?
Yes, he does.
No,
Yes, he does.
I disagree with that. I fundamentally disagree that every bad behaving black man represents all of us. I don't agree with that.
You don't see what you're doing when you finish that sentence.
No, you
good,
tell me
bad,
what I'm
or
doing.
indifferent. He is part of us. We have good brothers.
No,
we
I
have
disagree
bad brothers.
with that. I disagree with us accepting that premise. It's a stupid premise. Every bad acting black person doesn't represent all of us. They don't. They represent themselves. Okay. That's why we're giving credence to the fact that a policeman can shoot us because he got a lot of black criminals in the back of his car. I don't agree with that.
Move the goalposts.
No, but you can't make a premise that guy. First of all, half the black people out here don't even think he's black because he's light skinned. So we got the colorism thing too. So the whole fact is, I'm not moving the goalpost. When you make statements that he represents all of us, I disagree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree that the scum of the earth represents all of us. I don't. There's bad actors in every race, and we shouldn't be internalizing just because his skin might have some hue to it that he represents us. I just disagree with the premise.
I'm confused. I'm more so bewildered.
No, you're not confused. You hear what I'm saying?
Do bad things. You're pretty much saying they're bad black people, so we're not going to even look their way. Like, is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that here's one bad actor who got a woman pregnant, who allowed him to get her pregnant, and he doesn't want to be the father of the kid. And that's it. It's no more deep than that. So, and for us to extrapolate that all across the board with all the stuff that we're saying, and you know what? Because you don't want to condemn this one guy. Well, I'm giving leave to every man to do something stupid like him. No. I'm just
there are many men that he does represent that are in our community that do that.
Yeah, that's right. And that's exactly right. We have too many men like that and too many women who want to accommodate them. And that's how our community has been so destructive in a long time. And what I'm saying, the fundamental change for that is not us just internalizing it as black men. I don't think that's where the fix is. That might be part of it, but it's only part of the fix.
Okay, so what's the solution when we have these men in our community? Are we to ostracize them? Are we supposed to treat it like 300 the movie and kick them in a hole? We don't take accountability and hold them accountable for what they bring to our community and the outlook as black men, aspirations.
I think we should take a holistic approach. Alienation could be part of it, but that's not all of it.
Is that helping?
Wait, hold on. You asked me a question. I'm thinking if we ignore the basic nature of men and women and our sexual relationship, I think we can't really come to a real solution. Just by being mad and calling names and all that kind of stuff, I don't think that's the fix. We've been doing that for years, and it's only getting worse. It's not getting better. It's just like when they used to say no to drugs and expect everybody to just adhere to that. Or just be abstinent, and that's all you need to talk about and teach about sexual relationship between boys and girls. I mean, it's not enough because the natural inclination of people, men and women, are to have sex. We can't ignore that. We just can't. We keep trying to ignore that just by saying that, if you're irresponsible, it's the men's fault because you're the leader. No. Yeah, well, it seems like you are. Because we have to, if we're not ignoring it, then we have to accept that some dads are going to just be deadbeats.
Yeah, and that's not okay, though, Payne. That's the problem.
I didn't say it was okay. I'm not saying. Well, see, you guys
You
keep
saying it
adding
without
that
saying
in.
it.
I'm just
You
saying.
saying
It's not,
it. Hey, how
I didn't
about
say
you,
it was okay.
Hey, you cannot hog the mic. You got to let somebody else talk.
No,
You're
you
not a
was
good
talking
listener.
to me. No, listen,
Hey,
you
you are
kept
not a
you accusing me of stuff, man. I didn't say it was okay, Hank.
I
I
feel
didn't
like I'm
say it
talking
was
to my
okay.
wife. God damn.
I mean, if you're gonna come at me correct. I didn't say it was okay. I just don't agree with your premise.
You're
That's
saying it
all.
without saying it, brother. You're saying it
No.
without saying it.
No,
When you sit there defending this stuff, talking about we can't come down on the man, why not? That's part of our problem now. We don't come down on men. When a man, look, there's no way this dude could be in my circle and he comes up talking like this. We would roast his ass, talk this shit up. We would shame the shit out of him. There's no way he could be in my circle. But it sounds like he could be in your circle, Payne, because you'll work on men like like the white flag is that we'll take your sick, your wounded, your male, your main, it doesn't matter. I'll take it. And I'll make excuses for you. I will come up with every reason. This heifer is bad. She's wrong. She should have never gave you the box, especially gave it to your naked head. And you are take them in. You can take all these bad motherfuckers, Payne. Since they don't represent you, you can have them all. I don't want them motherfuckers. I don't believe in making excuses. I don't believe men in making excuses. I would never allow my son to do that, or nephews, or any of his teammates, or fellow friends. I wouldn't let my boys make excuses. Dog, you better than that. You need to go on over to the Payne camp. They accept excuse makers over there. Over in the Hink camp, we don't do that here.
I think from what I gather, it seems like Payne is like you should have left him alone so you didn't have to deal with the loser that he is. But I think what we're saying is, but we're here now. So now that we're here now, we can't still say, oh, well, he's a loser or I shouldn't have gave him none. Like now, yes, face those realities of you shouldn't have did what you did and, handle your business and take care of your responsibilities. But most times all of that responsibility does fall on the woman. And in this case, he's tried, she has fought against him, which is not right either. Everybody has to take their fair share of accountability in the situation. But more times than not, because men don't want to go through all of the legalities or the paperwork and things like that, they end up in situations like that man on Kendra G. It's just funny how some people come on there for a companion or a future husband or wife or just a dating partner, and you hear a lot about their personal lives more so than you do about them being single, and then you hear probably some of the reasons why they are single. So I am going to transition on to this next video because this one, no problem. This one, this guy, he's a young guy. He is a new father and he is struggling with knowing when is the best time to be involved in his child's life. So we're going to bring this one up here and then we'll go to JR first to discuss this one.
You want? Tell me what you want with your son.
I mean, I don't necessarily have any expectations for him outside of, raising him to be a good person. I feel that at this point in his life, she does that best. And when he gets older, he's going to need guidance. And at that point, that would be when I step in as a dad. And
what age are you thinking that is good for him?
I don't know, probably around middle school, high school.
What do you think of that?
Your son needs you every day. It's the day-to-day things now that will allow for those things to be possible.
I was taught and raised to believe that, raising a kid at this age is the woman's domain. So...
Can you say something about that?
My parents, they separated when I was 12 years old. I had a strong relationship with my father as a kid than I did with my mom. When, they separated and, he went his own way. I was in middle school and, he wasn't around. I navigated the world on my own in a sense because there were certain things that I couldn't speak to my mom about.
Mm-hmm.
So I see that the father's, I guess, time to shine is at that age because that's the age I was where I felt I needed that guidance.
I see. So that's why you're focusing on that age.
Yeah. So I'm not saying
So
that
maybe
like
you're kind of taking for granted the early years.
I want to be a dad that is present,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't really know how much impact I'm having or not having right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm not around him enough to really know.
Right. Well, we have to stop, but let's stay with this. I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
Okay. Do you want to try to stay us a couple of days?
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wanted to play that one because this is a man. So the first is a father who, we just watched who doesn't really want to fight to be in his child's life. Now, they're sitting down with the therapist. This is that therapy show. I forget exactly what it's called, but it's like therapy on HBO or HBO Max or something like that. And they're sitting down and he's talking about his experience of being a father. And as he's talking about his experience of being a father, he goes back and recalls how his father, his mother and father separated at 12. And he believes that he should really be involved in his child's life around 12, 13. But there's a direct correlation between his mother and father separating and him now being a father and wanting to go full force at the age of 12 or 13, not realizing how important just his mere presence is in those earlier years. So I want you guys to talk about that. JR, can you speak on that?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Is that like
Okay.
a common feeling for men to kind of want to insert themselves a little later just because child rearing is society sees it as a woman's job? Like, is that normal what he's saying?
Well, like it's not normal to me. I mean, I was taught that the father should be there like from day one. Especially it's a boy, right? He got a son, right?
I believe they were saying I believe so. I would have to go back and listen a little bit though. I
Okay.
think so.
Yeah. I mean, but either way, I mean, whether he had a daughter or a son, he definitely needs to be there. It sounds like he has a lot of trauma. It sounds like he's taking his pain out on his child. And then towards the end, he mentioned that he don't know if he's helping or if he's hurting the child. So to me, that sounds like you will want to be there. Then at least you can be able to measure what you're doing, and you can keep an eye on it. So he needs somebody to talk to him. Hopefully, that therapist can put some sense in him because he's talking like he just hurt. I'm not going to even talk about him like that because clearly he's gone through some pain, but he needs to process that through. And if anybody is watching that's in his corner, they need to tell him that he's not going about this the right way, in my opinion. I am curious to hear what everybody else has to say on it, but I think that he needs to be present from day one so he can put his stamp on his child. If I don't know the actual stats and like that, but I've heard in these conversations that we as parents have a huge impact in the early years. And so if he's talking about coming in age 7 and up, then I mean he's not going to have no type of imprint on his child. So I think you need to start early, start putting some good habits in him, and then carry on that way. I just think he needs to get some help, and it seems like he's doing that. And hopefully that the help that he's getting will change his outlook on being a parent.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The one thing that he does have in his favor that I like seeing in this video is that they are in front of this therapist and he is willing to be open and return so that they can continue to work this out. Like I was saying earlier, a lot of times with young Black men, it's just that they just don't know. They just don't know. And some of them won't ask for help. Some of them will ask for help. Some of them will just run away from the responsibilities because they feel like they're incapable when they really just aren't challenging themselves, and they're not moving as life is moving with them. They're not moving with it, and they're not learning, and they're not, gaining from these experiences. So the one thing I believe he does have in his favor is that he's open to learning, and I believe he does know that this is something that's hurt him, and he don't want to continue to cycle with his child. It's just gotten to a point now where they're able to sit in front of a therapist, because they don't seem hostile. They don't seem like they're hostile people. I'm pretty sure the woman, his wife, is probably frustrated and things of that nature. But these are growing pains when you're with somebody and you signed up to go through these growing pains. So I'm glad she's there too. Kenny, what do you think about the situation?
I think that this is the other paradigm. You could see that he's there. He may be scared, but he's willing to do whatever he needs to do to be that father, to be that centerpiece in the child's life. Now that needs to be applauded within our community. That needs to be covered, like brothers like Hank and R. Payne and JR and such. Good brother, keep doing what you're doing. If you need help, you need a little talking to, you need a couple dollars, we here for you. Let's see what resources we can pack together so we can make you successful, in turn making you and your child successful.
Mm-hmm.
That's good for me. No excuses. Roll up your sleeves. Let's get our hands dirty. Let's make sure we grow something. I digress.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to White School Podcast. How are you tonight, lovely?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for joining us. We're going to go over to Hank, and then we'll come back over to you, White School Podcast, okay?
Got it.
All right. All right, Hank, what you think about this brother? He's in therapy with his wife, talking about inserting, not really knowing, the effects of being around his child right now, because he's not around his child that much right now. But because his mother and father split at 12, he feels as though that's when he'll have the greatest impact on his child's life. So do you think that's the best outlook to have, or you think life experience kind of just molded him that way?
Yeah, I think it's bad. It's terrible. His father was a bad example of a father, and so he has no idea. He has no life lessons. He's been set a bad example. So his thing is, oh, I'll wait till he's a teenager. It's too late then. It's too late. So now he can't get mad when his son start acting like his daughter. He can't get mad when his daughter start wanting to wear a dress. And I don't even know if women wear pantyhose anymore, but if she decided to want to wear those, he can't be mad. Because you decided to allow your wife, to take over the relationship and to raise your son to that point. And guess what that boy's going to do? Kids learn by paying attention and watching and mimicking what their parents do. And if he doesn't see the father enough, he's going to respond and act like the mother. So if that means when he gets upset, he starts just boo-hooing and crying all the time. Why? Because he's acting like his mother. Because I see how she responds, how she acts to situation, how she acts to certain things that goes on. When a boy takes a fall, a father's there to get up, son. You'll be fine. A mother's there to put her hand out and lift him up. A man will make him get up. A mother's going to give him a hand out, a hand up. A father's going to make him get up. That means I'm not going to put my hand out. I'm going to watch you pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and try it again. You fine. Get on that bike. Yeah. Mother may just, one at a time, he take that boo-boo and not ever get back on that bike again. It's okay. You don't have to ride the bike if you don't want to. Bullshit. It's a life lesson in you taking a fall on that bike. You're going to take some bumps and bruises. Everything's not going to go like you think they should or want them to. You're going to take some falls. You're going to take some life lessons. It's all about how you recover, how you move past that. Mama's not always going to be around to be your safety net. Mama's not always going to be around to bail you out. How are you going to handle that as a man? You always looking for somebody to get you out of situations instead of figure shit out? No, that's not how we need to move as a man and as a young man. So situations like that, he's too far late. That boys done went through a whole lot by the age of 12. By the age of 12, he's getting ready for high school. And now his daddy just not gonna step in. No. That's a lot of things. And look, young boys gonna have to deal with in elementary age. Morning wood, wet dreams. How to deal with and be around young ladies. What's the difference between a young lady and a young man? Why they got different equipment than what I got? All that's gonna come into play. And the stuff they gonna see out here now in 2024, dudes are dressing up as girl. Daddy got to explain that bullshit. Mama can't explain that. Daddy's got to explain that because that's a boy who's trying to be a girl. Mama don't have the equipment to explain the situation like Daddy gonna have to because he's a boy. So we're gonna put all that pressure on this woman to do that. She may not be up to the task, but as a man, you have to. Because that boy's got the same thing you got. How's she gonna teach him how to pee? Sit down? So for the rest of his life, he gonna sit down to pee? Because that's all she know. How can she teach his boy how to pee and stand up and aim? She can't. She don't have the equipment. How's she gonna teach him how to wipe his ass? She can't. We different. She can't. We can't wipe the same way. She gotta wipe away from her shit. Come on now. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I'll let it there. I'll pain. Take over. I know how you do.
Yeah, go ahead, Arpain.
Listen, you know what? Listen, I agree with Hink on this one. Listen, waiting till 12 years old is much, much too late. There's too much life that's lived in those all affirmative years. One of the good things I heard is that it seemed like the woman on the couch was willing to, cede responsibility to him, and he wasn't willing to take it. Not at that age. Now, after a kid finished suckling on her breast, he's ready for a man to come in and be present as much as possible. So we're talking about 3, 4, 5 years old. I don't know when you stop breastfeeding, but it's different for everybody else. So maybe 3 is a good 2 or something like that. So I can't see a man with a kid who's responsible like this guy who wouldn't want to be involved from day one. Even if if you're with a woman and she's still breastfeeding, I mean, they aspirate milk into a bottle, and do some of those midnight feedings and shit like that. I mean, I know I did that. So, I mean, he seems like he wants to be responsible. He's more representative of the kind of guy I would even care about. And except that he's got it wrong, because waiting until 12 is too late. I heard some other people on these panels saying, well, give the boys to their father at 7 years old. I think that's too late, too. I think you should just be involved all the way through. And if you can get your boys, the earlier you can, the better. As simple as that, So I would agree with that part. So I don't have any problem with the guy. I think he's a little skewed in his age. So he wants to take responsibility, but he should do it a little earlier. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Wife School Podcast, what do you think about the clip?
Let me try to think. I admire the guy being there, the father being there in therapy in the first place, because I know a lot of people aren't comfortable being cut open on the table like that to know your thoughts and feelings. I think the mom, her body language was real stank. Looked like she had a lot of things she really wanted to say, and acknowledgement that she was probably being wrong, keeping the dad, or I don't know what this situation is with the 50-50, I don't know. But the way her face scrumpled up when, him just talking, let me know that sometimes women make it hard for men too. So I don't want to discount that. And they probably don't want to be around because the moms make it hard. Um, I think fathers should be there for the ideal situation is two parents supposed to be there for their child from life to death. That's how it's supposed to be. And I kind of agree with what the man is saying about the guy taking the guidance later on, because basically early on in life, you're just changing diapers, you're just being superhero dad. That's mainly what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? You probably teach him how to pee in a toilet. Okay, cool. That's not a detrimental life lesson. Yeah, you shouldn't sit down. Okay. But I like what Trey Ferg said to me, because I have older boys that are in that position. Like, yeah, it's easier to take care of them now because they're just focusing on toys and milk and candy. But when that sack drop and they start getting them hormone changes and things like that, they have other issues that I can't identify with. So I can definitely understand that their father at that point can lead and guide them, because that new set of testosterone, I don't have that. So yeah, maybe it is okay for the father to come in at that time. I don't think it's going to take away from him if the mother raised the child to respect their father, no matter how, you know, consistent or inconsistent he is. Those are his actions, but a mother should always keep the respect going for the child, for their father all the time. That's what I do for my children. And I get them around mentors and people. That's my job, you know, to keep them like around, you know, masculine men and stuff like that. But the direction should come from their father. There just comes to a point, which is that middle school age, where he needs to step in. And so we can't discount that. So whether that's his situation, at least he knows that that's where I need to come in. Now, if the mother tries to cut that off, she might have some more problems in the future. You know, so that's why I kind of admire her that she said, okay, she realized, she's like, well, do you want me to come over a couple of days? Because, so what was you doing before? Why didn't you offer that to the man before? You know what I'm saying? So that just got me thinking about her and her, you know, how she's getting in the mix between her and the child. So, yeah, I'm glad she opened that door for him to be around a little bit more ahead of time, where he can get in where he can fit in before that boy turns, you know, into the middle age for school.
Yeah, it didn't say if they were married or anything, right? Did it? I don't think
What
it.
do you want? Tell me what you want with your son.
I mean, I don't necessarily have any expectations for him outside of, you know.
Because this is couples therapy. So I'm wondering if maybe they're not married yet. And they're just going through this.
Raising him to be a good person. I feel that at this point in his life, she does that best. And when he gets older, he's going to need guidance. And at that point, that would be when I step in as a dad. And
What age are you thinking that is good for him?
I don't know, probably around middle school, high school.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of that?
Your son needs you every day. It's the day-to-day things now that will.
Okay, so it doesn't look like they're married, but
Okay,
they're in
I
couples therapy
retract that.
trying to make this right. And maybe they could be working on their relationship too. They're just not married. They just, you know, a child together. So I didn't know that for my common knowledge of the video. So when we're talking, I'm like, I wonder what is the dynamic of their relationship, because I know this is a couples therapy show. Arpain, did you go on this one?
Yeah, well, I was going to ask you a question in White School Podcast. What do you think about her saying that the kid needs you day to day? She did say that. So to me, that's a tacit admission that the door is open for him to be involved early. So what did y'all think about that?
I personally believe that your child does need you to be there day to day. A lot of things are not taught, right? So you don't necessarily always be talking to your teacher to your children to teach them. Your presence alone teaches a child how to have peace. It teaches a child how to not to be antsy. It teaches a child not to be, impulsive, because they can see that their mom and dad, or at least we're talking about dad in this sense, is not someone that's just going to jump off the handle, or someone be around and still have that comfort and go to dad and just lay around with dad. We ain't always gotta be hanging off a mommy titty now. Okay. You could go sit with dad and be in solitude with dad, because that's probably what dad is doing. He's not doing the most, like mom is probably doing 10, things at once. And or dad can be involved, and he can be very hands-on. There are some fathers that are very hands-on from day one, because they know the importance of that bond. They know that, somebody try to tell me something about, my dad. No, you can't tell me nothing about my dad, because we have that type of bond. You know what I mean? That does start day one. I think that it's just a different bond than the mother has with the baby, because babies are so small and so delicate. You ever go to a hospital and men don't want to hold a baby because it's so small. Men don't even want to be, responsible. They don't want to drop it. They don't want, so it's kind of ingrained in your mind, like, okay, mom does all the nurturing and and you go to work and blah blah blah. But even down to your voice, a child remembers his father's voice just from you being around, from her being pregnant. So many studies, and this is just from me, studying childhood education and things like that. But there's so many studies that show the significance of a man being around in the early stages, and men don't really think that there's a significance, or don't think that there would be a huge difference. But it's a huge difference between a man who's around in the early stages and a man who comes around in the teenage stages. It's almost like the child doesn't even, the child knows that that's just his flesh and blood, but it doesn't have a connection with flesh and blood.
So Francis, on that point though, a lot of people don't realize much of parenting is serendipity. Just by being there, you catch stuff by just being around.
Yeah,
And
just by
and so you can correct things and put things in the right perspective when they happen. And so that's one of the biggest thing about, even if you're involved father, but you're not with the mother in the house, you're going to miss stuff, because the chances you have to fix things when you're around is not there, because you're not there. And I've had so many different instances with my daughters that if I wasn't there, I would have missed something that they said, something that they did, that I was able to correct in the moment. And so, so he's thinking about middle school. Like, I agree with him, even though we're enemies today. Being in middle school is too late. Absolutely too late. You got to be there early.
Precious, can I ask you a question? What's the difference? Okay, they're talking about the situation now. If the parents are too toxic to be around each other, isn't that being caught as well? So what's the difference between you staying around and the situation is bad, as opposed to you not really being there and coming around, where you have a little bit more, it's a little bit more peaceful and conducive for what the situation is, because the parents can't work it out. So is there a difference, or is there some similarity? Because you don't want people say, well, it's better not to be, around because it's unhealthy for the children. So where is it? Where's the fine line? I don't get it.
I believe that you can be involved in your child's life without having to, if you guys can't communicate or are too toxic, I still believe that you can be involved in your child's life and not live inside the home. The thing is, both have to be dedicated to learning. When you have a child, your new parents, it's going to bring out so many things in both people. You have to give each other the space to be new at this, right? Because women will have, girls have babies and think they know everything. Like, no, you are a young chick at this too. Just like he is a new father and you are a new mother. They both, you see how this young man is like, oh, well, the child ain't gonna need me till I'm 12, 13, so she could just handle it, from here. And the mother is like, no, but I do need you, even if it's just for that emotional support. And you don't, perfect combination would be for everyone to be in the home by under the same roof, right? But emotional support for a woman and you're not in the house could be that you have enough emotional intelligence to just communicate, to just send a text message or just call and say, okay, these are going to be the plans, or we're going to be a little late, or it's when one person stops learning and growing because of immaturity or I don't know, bitterness, angriness. Sometimes it's things that work out in themselves. And so as long as you're both committed to growing for the sake of the child and for yourself, I mean, you're becoming a whole new person. There should be things that you're learning about yourself becoming, a parent. So I just think that therapy, if you ain't gonna do it together, at least do it apart. So at least you have the tools to be able to speak to someone who may not be doing the work or who may need help in communicating. Somebody has to be in the continuous seat of a student, because just because you're a parent don't make you're at this level of parenting. You become a new parent, right? You're still learning, you're still experiencing, you're still going through trial and error. So I don't know. Which one would be better? I would say, being in a house under one roof would be better. But if you can't do that, be dedicated to opening to learning and being able to cope with these new feelings, being able to cope with this newfound responsibility. People don't do that. They just go into it. They get so overwhelmed. That's why you have mothers giving up on being mothers. Oh, I can't do this. They giving the kids here. They bringing the kids there because they're not focused on growing as a person while you're being this new person. Like, it's growth for everyone. So everybody has to give each other grace. But when you're not dedicated to continue to learning, then that's when you're going to hit some roadblocks, because the child ain't going to stop growing. The child is not going to stop developing. So as an adult, you shouldn't get into a comfortable space as if you know everything or you're the domineering one. The dad don't know nothing, can't have no rights. No, this is a new experience for everybody.
Well, I know in that situation, I think she realized she done married one of her, or she had a baby by one of her girlfriends instead of a boyfriend, because he sounds so indecisive. He sounds so unsure, and everything about it sad. So he's gonna wait to 12 years old. He ain't gonna have no idea who that child is. No idea. He's gonna 12 years old. He's just now gonna try to get to know that child, and that's sad. Because that child needs you in his life from the giddy up, and it don't sound like she's the type of woman that will hold the child back from him. She sounds like she wants to help, but he's not. He's not ready. He's immature mentally. He's just not there, and unfortunately, it's because of his father who set the piss poor example for him. He's repeating the same bad cycle that we always talking about. Repeating the same bad cycle. He's not trying to be in that child life until I think so. And when I felt like I needed my father was 12. No, dog, you need to be in that child's life way before 12, because that child is going to mimic shit he sees on a daily basis. And you're going to wait till 12 years old. Now, this child is not going to know how to be a boy. This child is going to act like he's a daughter, because he's going to act like what his mother does. He's going to see what his mother does, how she acts, how she carries herself, how she behaves when stress is on. Look, the one good thing about about men, is that a father will not sit there and let a baby boy pout. Stop all that crying. Use your words. A mother will just sit there and say, baby, oh, come on, baby. No. He knows how to use his words. We need to stop talking this baby shit to him. I don't even I never did that with my son. I learned that with my daughter. We start that then early as possible. And with my son, I never did that. That baby talk is a waste of time. Learn how to communicate by talking to your kids.
Yeah.
That's how we talk. I'm not bullshit. That's mumbo jumbo. And that's not what we talk. That's not how we talk. We talk like we need to talk. Talk to your kids with you real words, not this bullshit. So that's how you learn how to communicate. So if my son's hurt, what's wrong? No. Stop all that crying. It's nothing wrong. Tell me what hurts. Why are you crying? Why do you feel the need to cry? And that's what we did. Forced him to talk as early as possible. I mean, it was to the point where, look, dude, you're not going to get nothing to eat when we're going to this restaurant because you ordering your food. Your mama's not ordering your food. I'm not ordering food. If you don't order your own damn food, because you can read and you know how to talk. And if you don't, you'll starve. And I'll eat in your face and won't feel anything. Open your mouth. Closed mouth don't get fed. So you got to learn how to communicate. And that's not what's going to happen if you keep relying on this woman. She looked like she was just overwhelmed and tired, exhausted, because she's carrying him and this boy. So now she's raising two kids because it's the mentality he's coming off.
That's
12, when he gets 12, I'll be ready to take off. That's too late. That is too late. So now you're going to do your son a disservice.
Yeah. I was saying that's her fault, essentially. Yeah.
Anybody else want to speak on this topic before we go to the next and final topic of the evening? All right.
Well, I guess, I talked to Hank on that. Like she's saying, the woman is overwhelmed. Like, that's our fault. We choose who we have children with. So if we didn't have enough know-how to identify that we were so digmatized and swooned by words that we couldn't identify that this guy didn't have a good upbringing, we didn't ask enough questions, we're laying down, we're having children, and we're, putting our children into another man's trauma, that's not good. That's something that we have to take accountability for, and not just, pat her on the back and say, well, I'm overwhelmed. Well, you are overwhelmed for a reason. And now you have to make it right by trying to, like how she said, get the child into the man's presence as much possible. Maybe even turning them over a little bit more earlier. I don't know. But we have to be more diligent into the men that we are joining up with. It's very important.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Because
I think one thing is he wasn't assertive. And so she was okay with him not being assertive because she was able to say what she wanted to say. He was sensitive. He listened to everything she did because he wasn't assertive. He never stood up for anything. And he let everything go by the wayside. And she was good with that at the time until she needs him to be assertive now. Now that he's a father, you got to be assertive with kids. You can't be passive all the time with kids. And if you are, them kids will run you over. They smell weakness. They smell the water, and they will take advantage of you.
Right.
I know this sounds bad as a parent, but yes, kids will take advantage of you. They see the lesser ones, mama, daddy, can I have it? Daddy say, hell no, you ain't having nothing. Go in there and go to sleep. Mama, can I have it? Yeah, baby. But after you eat this, you got to go to bed, okay? And guess where they're going to continue to come to? They're going to come to mama. You have it. Now I got to go to bed, and I'm okay with that. But I get to have a cookie every night before I go to bed.
Oh, no.
And then his mom and dad divorce, right? The father's mom and dad. And so he's coming from a environment where his mom had full control. He said he had a better relationship with his dad, but it could be that he had a better relationship with his dad because, when you go to dad's house, it's not like you're being raised per se. I'm not saying that his father didn't raise him, but it's almost like the fun house because you have all these rules and restrictions and disciplines at home. And then you go to your dad's and it's almost the reverse of, hey, you could have this cookie, just get out of my face. Or like, you know what I mean? You're not here all the time. And so enjoy this luxury or enjoy this treat or whatever the case may be. So the roles may reverse a little bit. because his father was not present in the home with him. Now he's grown this passive attitude because, you know, he probably has to deal with his mom doing everything, and now he's become a parent and he saw that his mom did everything, and so he's relying on his, you know, baby's mother to do everything and just chill and kind of take the relaxed position. So this is a learned behavior from him. This is what he's seen, this is what he's gone through, and this is why he thinks the way that he does. So again, I'm glad that he's where he's getting help for it. A lot of people don't even,
right.
you know, he's at a point when, you know, you have to change, you'll put yourself in position of places to be changed. You know, he may be passive now, he may not have all the answers now, but at least he's in a position where he can get some type of answers and direction. So Arpain, Kenny, y'all went on this.
So I said a little bit about it. Go ahead, Ken.
All right. I'm going to read some of these starred comments, and then I'm going to get into the last topic. And then the video after that kind of sums everything up and we can get out of here. So Kasim says, men can be initiated into changing his behavior just like they can be initiated to mature. It takes another man because iron sharpens iron. I always say men need other men. And it's so very important because after a while, women, you know, you can't teach a man how to be a man. It's an instinctive decision. Only the strong can do the right thing. It's bigger than just us. It includes society and humanity. Empress says, seems like there's a lot of tension between them, and that's a barrier. I believe that could be an obstacle for him when co-parenting. Tension, there could have been tension. I think that there's a different level of compassion and a different level of a different perspective. He sees it a certain way. I wonder how she grew up, but he sees it a certain way because of what he's seen growing up. So the tension just could be they're just not on the same wavelengths when it comes to participating in parenting. Empress also says maybe he sees it being easier when he's older. That way he can call his son directly and not have to really deal with the mother as much. I mean, you got to deal with the mother either way. Any way you slice and dice it, you got to deal with the mother. I don't understand fathers who try to, you know, say, oh, well, I ain't gonna have to deal with her if I do X, Y, and Z. It'll be easier. You always have to think of what's best for the child. You think it's easier for you as an adult, but for the child, will it be easier for them, or would it be, you know, confusing? And, you know, why is he only here then at this time? And, you know, the parents have to do what's right for the children. Some men, you just can't make them do right. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. That's true. That's for everybody. That's for any and everybody. We all were created with that free will. We thank Hank for being here this evening. We're going to get into this last clip because you can tell how this impacted him just by his passion. He was the child, and his mother kept him away from his father.
From my dad for 26 years. You know what kept me away from him? My mom told me that my dad said I was a mistake and kept me away from my father. Every time, this been looking for me since I was a kid.
Yeah.
He's been looking for me. I finally talked to my dad. He's a good dude. My mom told me my dad has not paid child support since I was a kid. I finally meet this. He has envelopes full of shit proof showing he's been paying child support. My mom calls me. What you doing, baby? What's going on? I'm at my dad's house. What the you doing at the house? Didn't I say don't discuss family business? My dad bust through the door and snatched the phone. I was trying to, like, no. Like, hello? Put my son back on the phone. No, it's my son too. What do you want? Put my son back on the phone. And my dad loses it. Going in on my mom. And I'm listening to my mom. All that slapping, abuse, and beating me up, choking me when I'm on the floor, beating me with belts, wrapping hangers around other hangers. My mom turned into a 2-year-old little girl when my dad started talking to her. She talked to me like my entire life. He's yelling on the phone, you mad because I left you. and I didn't want to be with you no more. And you kept my son away from me as a weapon. Whenever my mom would get pissed off by my dad or my sister's dad, she would say, "You will never see your son again if you disrespect."
So situations like that are realer than real, where the mom will keep the son away from their father because the mom is angry, the mom is bitter, the mom didn't like the fact that he broke up with her or they're not together anymore. Do you guys know anyone personally that has, gone through something like that? Because I think just like the first video, it's just like all these videos, but just like the first video of the guy not really wanting to fight because of what he had to fight with, do you think it's situations, or have you, had close friends who have these situations where the mom keeps the son away and, beats the son and manipulates him and talks down on him, just to keep him away from his father?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. And that's why I came down the way I came down and, took all this heat from all these guys. I think we don't talk about parental alienation of men enough. I think it's so easy to just say a man is a deadbeat because he doesn't do everything in his mental, financial, and physical capacity to be around a kid with a woman who can do whatever. Listen. I've been around more than a few men like that. But let's just go to common parlance. Do you see what Angelina Jolie is doing to Brad Pitt? It's been almost 10 years. The kids dropping his last name and all that. Listen, he might have had some faults, but it's hard for me to believe that he did something to those kids where they don't even want his last name. You could tell that that's parental grooming, right? So I'm just not. I just think we don't talk enough about the power of the parental parent who could control the minds of the kids that they have. And I've seen it happen close up front in my own family, and it's a horrible thing. It's horrible. It's criminal. And so, and you can just say go to the courts and all that. We act like the courts all of a sudden are going to do the right thing. We see how the justice system works, especially yeah. But anyway, just getting back to your question, yes, I have seen it, and it's insidious. And that guy, that man there, who is saying what he said about his brother, just being able to connect with his father as a grown man, that's more true than people want to give it credit for.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, I mean, just because of what happened to him as a child, being kept away from his father, imagine how he looks at women.
No time.
Because, mom turned out to be a liar. Mom turned out to be vindictive. Mom turned out to be someone who wasn't telling me the truth all this time. And so, now I have no respect for mom. And so that's when he get into a relationship with a woman, it's not going to, that's not going to fix his mommy issue. He might think it might, but that's not going to fix the mommy issue or the issue that mom caused in regards to, him seeing his father.
Well, proper words from his father might don't fix that.
Right.
After all those years, proper words from his father might help him vet that better. But
Definitely.
who knows?
Kenny?
Listen, I've seen it with one of my godsons. Mom wanted to be dominant within the situation. She didn't like the breakup. She was toxic. He got away from it. He wasn't a perfect angel, but he tried to make it work. She drove him away, and she would not let him see his son. Then he would try to send finance and stuff for his son, want to be doing things, and she would pretty much like corrupt the little boy's mind against his father came to a breaking point. You're not my real daddy. My daddy would never leave me, and so on and so forth. And then she's standing there like that's okay. Because I actually seen this play out in the street. And it's their situation. So I gotta stay quiet. But I'm there like, this is crazy. And luckily, his son is now a young man, carpenter apprentice. And he started realizing it, just like the young man in that video, when he started getting blamed for things, and she would say, "You're just like your father." And then he started getting it, and he made it so that he made a relationship with his father, sat down, went to therapy, and now they have a great relationship, but his relationship is now strained with his mom till this day. And she's the only one that hasn't sought clinical therapy for what she still arbors against the child's father. It's a cesspool. I don't see the outcomes. Like when somebody moves that way, okay, what's the outcome that you want that would be productive for the whole?
So, Kenny, how are you going to give me all that flack about the first dude when you say
I did give you the flack. You're conflating. It has nothing to do with this.
Absolutely, he does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, absolutely, it does.
No, again, you're trying to be polarizing. It has nothing to do with this situation right here.
All right, cool.
That
Hi,
young man
Ken.
spoke. I'm giving
Hi,
giving
Ken.
you reason. I'm giving you reason. The young man spoke compassionately
Ken,
about how
we all try to listen to people, and maybe people listen to each other. I think I love everybody in the room, and I've never met anybody in my lifetime. You know what matters really? Just love each other, have compassion towards each other, and do not care about anything else, and maybe care about other people, because being passionate towards other people is the meaning of what things could be. I love everybody in the room, and I have drank a little bit too much tonight. I do believe that Kenny is a really good person. He tries to get his passion across, which I do understand. And the guy next to him with the spectacles on, he's my age now. I love that motherfucker. I love you, son. And I'm sorry for swearing, but you are a lovely guy. And the lady, I love you too. And I'm good bad, and I love you all. I'm sorry for being drunk.
Can we answer her question now?
The only best words to say really is maybe compassion is what it's all about, and maybe just treat everybody with respect, value, and worth, and what the individual is. And I'm going to go to bed now. And that lady with spectacles on, I love you, baby. Bye bye. And bye bye, Kenny. And also bye bye, the gal with spectacles on. I love you, my motherfucker.
I can't. Some nights, we get surprised. It's very few and far between because y'all know how I run my shit over here. We don't play no games. But Riz was on a little Riz. Thank you so much for talking up as well as Empress. You guys want to speak on the topic?
Yeah, I'm Camp 504, but I was trying to catch Hink up here. But it's good to meet y'all. I'm from New Orleans. I follow Hink, so I missed him up here. But to answer your question, do I know anyone like? Did I ever know anyone like that? Yeah, I had a good one of my best friends who the mother of his two daughters would not let him see him because they were in a bad relationship, and it just went all the way left. She had multiple kids, stuff like that, but she refused to let him see him. Even though he carried her, he would bring dresses over for Easter and stuff like that. She would take them and throw them in the trash can, and he would try to visit them at school. She would call the school and make a complaint to the principal and threaten to sue the school if they allow him to see him, stuff like that. Brought the man to tears, but it's rare. But I know that really does happen, and it's unfortunate. One of the other things as far as children not being able to see their father. I mean, you had situations like Tupac. Tupac's father was always there. And but his mom, but he didn't realize that till after he made it, he never got a chance to be in his, Tupac life. His mom hid him, and then some people moved and stuff like that. But what was really pressing to me, was really a problem for me, is when we, reports say, with the DNA testing of children and stuff like that. When we see paternity courts and things of that sort, and 40%, and this just with YouTube thing, I don't know the exact numbers or anything like that. I don't even try to pretend like I do. But just by saying that 40% of men tested, DNA tested, the children weren't theirs. And I watch paternity court when you're not the father, stuff like that. To me, in my mind, uh, you damn near kidnapping the child. The child, 20 something years old, don't know who his daddy is. He had brothers, he had sisters, he had aunts, he had a grandparents. Those people never got to meet the child. So that particular lie just destroys a whole nother family. She never even got the child. The child never even get the chance to even meet the family. The family they never even get to meet. And I think that's dead wrong, and there's no accountability for that. And I think if you go ahead and do the DNA testing, and you made it mandatory, that it would go from 40% to 50% easy if you did everyone. And I think that's the problem as far as not being in children's life. Me myself, I'm a single parent father. My daughter's 12 years old, right? And I have a 23-year-old. And I think I heard what is that, Miss Real Precious, one time you said a lot of men, they ain't gonna sign up to be a full-time parent like that. They don't. And so when guys will complain about child support issues and stuff like that, I will always have to tell them in these spaces. I was like, look, man, you can't. Well, how you complain about child support? The average black man, I know Taz went through this, we went on his show, and the average black man don't even pay $200 in child support. I think it was down to like $75 maximum. You know, and I'm like, well, y'all can't complain about that. Too many people watch entertainers and things like that. When I talked to one guy, he was like, look what Dr. Dre wife had to pay. Well, you're not Dr. Dre. You don't have $1 billion. He's not complaining. Why are you complaining? You can't complain for him. So my thing was, even when I was a UPS driver and I had guys that paid $700 a month, child support or whatever it is, you still get the freedom. $700 does not even feed your child for a month. And I don't think that men understand that. I think they just send the money and just complain about it. It don't even feed your kids for a month. You cannot worry about what the woman's doing with that little extra money. That ain't no money. Especially this day and time. If it's $700, $900, okay, well, that's a little housing and daycare. That's a month. And I don't think the men get that. So they got, that's just how I feel about that, with the missing fathers and stuff like that, and how some brothers need to start looking at, taking care of their kids. I'm a firm believer in taking care of your children, whether you're together or not. That might not be everyone's issue, but you can always take care of your child, unless you have one of these rare cases where the woman do not want you to see your kid, and that happens. Thank you. Yeah, go there. I'm talking too much.
Thanks, Web. No, I appreciate all of your perspectives. And you're right. It's I think it's these guys that's on these shows that's like, oh well, I'll wait for the kid to come to me, or I'll wait for the kid to seek me out, because they think it's easier at that point in time. A lot of people, or a lot of guys who send the child support, will say, well, don't ask me for nothing else. I'm just sending this, and I'll get my child on the weekend I'm supposed to have my child, which is fine for you if you feel like that's all that you need to do to contribute to a child. But a child spells love, Time.
Right.
Like you have to spend time with your child. You have to, and they don't even care if you don't, spend a dollar on them. They want to make sure that you're there, that you're hearing them, that you're seeing them, that you're giving them the hugs and those, affectionate touches, so they can actually feel a connection with you. Because all the money and all that other stuff, you're like, yeah, she got to do what she has to do with the money, because It's coming at a time when, you know, she needs it. But at the same time, that can't be the only thing that you're hung up over when you have a life that's, you
Right.
know, standing in the gap. And I think a lot of people don't take that into consideration because, again, the newness of being a parent and you have never done it before. You've only been a child before, so now you have to get
You
into
have to juggle.
yeah, you have to adjust. You have to be a follower because now you have to rely on other people to, you know, be great examples. Hopefully, you had that great example. I thank God I had parents that were great examples of, you know, what it is to parent, what it is to have followership and leadership and that dynamic. So when you don't see it, it's just a lot that goes into it, but we can't take it so lightly when it comes across, you know, our doorstep either, because again, we have a life standing in the gap here.
So, Precious, let me ask you. I think one of the biggest mistakes in child support system that it doesn't default to 50-50. I don't think that a woman should be automatically the de facto parent of the kids. I don't believe that. If there's a certain age, yes. So I don't know why the burden is on the man to pay child support, because especially since both of us are still working. I think just give the kids to the father. Put the burden on him. If you can't afford to keep your kids without me giving you a whole bunch of money, maybe I'm the better parent. Maybe
Right.
I'm
But
the
you
better
see
parent.
there's
It's not
right.
always
But see, they got brothers like Hink and maybe you, stuff like that. Don't and myself, we the kind of men that would go on and take that. But most of these guys ain't gonna even fight for it. They don't even fight for visitation.
Maybe. I'm not going to
right.
argue with
You know,
The same means you have the child, you know, is literally 50%. I know there's people who literally have 50%. So they'll have the child for, you know, 4 days or whatever. The other parent has the child for the, but it's literally 50%. I'm literally doing 50% of the dropping off and picking up and, you know, the
hmm
clothes, like everything. And you know, a lot of men are just not taking that on with the gusto. Like they're not like, you know, they rather go
maybe not. Maybe not.
catch a pickup game at the gym. Like, you know, that's they're just not diving into that role. And that's why I've been
it,
playing
it, it's kind of like this. It's like the same guy that you might see in these spaces who may, criticize baby mom, look up to Future and the other guy who got 8, 9 kids spread all over.
Nick
And the first
Cannon.
thing they would say, he got money. Yeah, Nick Cannon. Well, he can't spend time with all of those kids in different damn states. So that's no different than a kid that grew up in the hood. Where I grew up uptown in New Orleans. You know, that's no different. I've seen guys that work in the French Quarter, Bourbon Street, who wash dishes, and stuff like that. Waiters, bartenders, grow up in the service industry, who spend time with their kids. And to me, that's more of a value of a man, of a parent, definitely, and installing things in the life than just making some babies and sending, a couple of dollars, make it till the time you go pop in for birthdays, But it just is different how how some people look at it. You to be hands on is to be a hands on parent.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just think that 50-50 starts the point where the negotiation could be more beneficial to the kids because you're starting on an equal footing, man and woman. And there's a point when definitely a woman should have the kids, especially if they're still suckling, right? And
Right.
then and so there shouldn't be no argument there. But once they get to kindergarten or something like that, maybe that should change. And I think since we put the money in the forefront of all of that kind of stuff, I think we do the kids a disservice. Because if it's 50-50 between me and you, we got room for negotiation between us without the courts.
Right. And to
we
be
never
honest with you, most times, I don't see women really holding back. Now, I did say that one particular case, but for the most part, women didn't have a problem. They'd be like, come get him, come get her. You spend a weekend, you go take him. So if it wasn't that, I think more women would be more willing to give more time to the men. The men just don't want it. They don't take advantage of it.
I agree with that. You know
Right.
what?
Like
It's
me
so funny
personally,
that
I'll
you
come
said
get
that.
me. We'll come get him every weekend. He can hang with us, go to you for school and stuff, and we fine. But dudes
Yeah,
don't
I
do that.
agree with you. I
That's why
think
I had
if
to
you
call
don't
their
have any
bluff.
more relationship with your girl, I think that she would relish the time to have free time to, to explore herself and do whatever she got to do if she trusts you with the kids. I think we don't explore that enough. That would certainly be, if I had a problem like that, that'd certainly be one of my sweet talks with a estranged mom. Hey, listen, give me the kids, go hang out for a while. I got them. And
when I first started my YouTube channel, my brother, is Care 504. I came in making the, videos. My daughter mom passed of breast cancer when she was 3, and so I was a single parent. Yeah, I appreciate you. But I was a single parent now, and I hear these dudes, and I said, look, man, there's no reason for you not to enjoy being a parent. You can have fun with this, as with your kid. And we made little short little videos of going to Home Depot, getting the paint a room, stuff like that. You can do that. Now she's 12, so we're gonna make a little video. Time to build a computer. I don't know how to build one, but we need to build it. Time to learn. Things like that. And you can make it. Make it fun. It ain't no doom and gloom with this whole parenting thing as men. And I don't get why they running from it. And especially if you don't have children, you shouldn't really be talking about it. We can give you some advice on what to look forward to and things like that. But there's a whole lot of enjoyment to it that they miss out on. Because they're concerned about the wrong damn things.
Yeah.
And now when Miss Precious said the court, I mean, I understand what you two saying, that maybe and I know Hink feel that way, maybe you give it to the best option for the kid. Okay, well, yeah, some situation it is better for the father to raise the kid. But overall, like you were saying, Mr. Payne, it's good for that cooling age, they cuddling and stuff like that. It's okay for the mom, but you can work together and get these things done. For the betterment of the kids. Betterment for the kids is both of y'all work on it and put the time in my opinion. So, and that's what I think. And I try to tell these guys here, man, with the red pill and mandatory stuff like that, man, it's not that damn serious, dude. Just spend time with your kid and stop worrying about what the money, what the couple of funky dollars you spend is spent on. Just take it as that you putting it as going to feed your kid. That's it. And just be a good focus on being a good father.
Unfortunately, some of these fathers didn't have fathers and they were raised with their mothers and they had
I didn't either.
attitude and sassiness. And I hate to say this, but it's true for some men. They don't grow out of that, yet they have a growing child, right? So the child is not even enough for them to grow out of this immaturity that they're in. And it's not even the fault of the person that they had a child with. It could just be that they just never had that growing up.
Right.
And a lot of people go into parenting with these father wounds, with these mommy issues, the daddy issues, and they will continue to not grow, stunt their growth when God has given them an organism, a being that is supposed to help them grow. Kids teach you so much that if we just slowed down and we went back to, like the word said, to being like children and having the heart of a child and carefreeness of a child and the simpleness, but we get grown and we have babies and we think we know everything and we don't. And so they don't take the opportunity to actually heal and say, okay, God, what are you trying to teach me? This is probably where I got smacked in the face. I shouldn't have been doing something I shouldn't have been doing. And we're here now. And some people, they get there now and they don't learn. And they still mad at the world. They're still bitter. They're still angry. Yet the child about to be 21 and out the house. And some people just don't grow. And that's the biggest part of this, working, is for you to be able to have that open mind to continue to grow, because that's what the child is going to do. I remember when I had my daughter, when I was breastfeeding and doing all that, and I was so exhausted and tired, and you're just trying to do everything. And the doctor was like, well, when she sleep, you sleep. Why you feel like you gotta do everything? Like when she sleep, you sleep. So that's what I would do. When she slept, I would sleep. So like we in this thing together. Like, you know what I mean? So I just think that certain people see it, and I don't know if it's like a deer in the headlights. They refuse to change, they refuse to grow. But children really bring out the people who are either going to be up for the game, because it's not for the weak and the weary. It's definitely not. You got to handle your responsibilities. There are no days off. There is no, let me not today, because no. And there are going to be days where you are tired. There are going to be days where, you don't know your Tuesdays from your Thursdays from your Saturdays. But at the end of the day, they didn't called to be here. They didn't ask to be here, And so as a parent, you should do everything in your power to be there for them and to continue to learn and grow with them. You don't have to feel like you have to know everything, because we don't. We're learning every day. Empress, I know that you came up on here, love. I wanted to extend the floor to you, and then we're going to do some closing words and get out of here.
Thank you. So that what you just ended on was kind of my question that I had and wanted to get a different perspective. As far as I know, we're talking about some men not being involved or women withholding the child from the father. So in the case of what do you do if you're trying to open all options for the father to be in that child's life, but he's not consistent, he's in and out. He doesn't show up. And then you get to the point to eventually where you start to feel like, okay, look, I'm trying to raise this child. I'm trying to get your help, to help as a partner to help do this, but you're not helping. So it eventually gets to the point to where it's like, I can't be raising two children. I can't try to raise you and teach you the ways as well when I'm trying to raise our child. And I got to the point to where I was just like, well, out of sight, out of mind. I know it's not good, but there would be times where, he's supposed to be coming, and I let my daughter know he's coming. He wouldn't show up. And it's not like we live in the same state. We live in different states. I bought plane tickets. He wouldn't show up. I tried to open doors, allow all avenues, but it just got to the point to where he's letting her down. I don't want to lie to her, and make him look like the bad person. So I'd just be like, oh, he couldn't make it. Or, I just didn't want to make him look like the bad guy. I want her to still have like a positive outlook, because later on in life, I don't want her to be influenced and have a bad outlook on men, because it's not all men. But then at the same time, I decided to cut that communication off, because he is her first teacher as far as what is a man. I believe by him being her father, what she sees him do, he comes and goes. She might think that's okay later on for men to come and go in and out of her life. Well, my dad did it, so it's okay for a man to be here inconsistently. Not saying that she would think that, but possibly. So I just wanted to get a different perspective. Some people say, well, just allow him to come as he comes. Any little moment that he gets to see her is okay. But she's old enough to where she's asking questions. How come he's not here? How come he doesn't love me? How come he doesn't spend time with me? And those are hard questions for me to ask, and I can't really answer them.
Ooh, well, so for one, as far as the questions and things of that nature, again, I don't, is this your first child?
Yes, it was both of our first child. His first child, my first child.
Okay. So, if you're not a, elementary school major, and you're not trying to go to school to educate children and things of that nature, you're going to have to learn age appropriate language, lingo, verbiage for the child, right? And this is where you have to be selfless, because your emotions and the things that are going on in your mind are going to be, you don't want those to be driving forces behind the language, the verbiage, and things that things that you use.
Right.
When you don't know, say, I don't know. I don't know why daddy didn't come today, but let's hope that he comes tomorrow. Always be the agent that's still on dad's side, even when you don't agree with dad.
Right.
Because that's still dad, right? And you laid down with dad and had that baby. I can understand what Art Payne was saying the very first clip that we played. We're trying to have this man be somebody that he's not. And we as women, Empress, and we got to keep it real, right? We're here on the Real Precious. We as women, we know the caliber of man that we opening our legs to. We know the caliber of man that he is, right? So now a child is here and we want him to be super dad when he wasn't that before he was now given this title as father. So that is something that we do have to, as women, be honest with, because if not, we're going to continue to lie to ourselves, and then our child is going to see us continue to lie to ourselves, and they think it's going to be okay to lie to them. We don't realize how much energy is transferred into a child in those early years, especially if you breastfeed. And it's just so much that's deeper than conversation on a YouTube live right now. But definitely have the verbiage, definitely have grace, because there was grace there when you were having sex. So always be the agent that's still supportive, but also have boundaries, because at the end of the day, you are the main person raising the children, right? You're the main person raising the child. And so if you have to have your village, that's fine, and you don't want to cut him out completely because he is the father. So you still have those lines of communication open, but there will be boundaries. Okay. As far as plane tickets and things of that nature, if it's not a joint effort, you buying a ticket, he buying a ticket, or whatever the situation may be, I wouldn't go that far until you saw some type of consistency. But what I will also say is, you know, emotions are going to run high. You're going to probably be frustrated. You're going to, rack your brain like, I don't understand why he's just not getting together. I had to pick up this responsibility. I have to, do this day in and day out with no choice, no options, no none of that. But at the end of the day, we can't complain about those things because we knew
Right.
what the possibilities were before we laid down. So it's either you handle your responsibilities and you get your village and you do what's necessary for you and the child. And again, keeping that verbiage open, saying, I'm not quite sure why daddy didn't come today, but we can try again tomorrow. I'm not sure why daddy didn't call. Daddy's going to have to explain that to you. Mommy don't have those answers. You don't want to lie to them. I always say that the best thing you can be to your child is real,
Right.
true,
Mm-hmm.
honest, but use the verbiage, the age appropriate verbiage, and taking your feelings out of it, but still being communicative with the child, because they can never say, oh, well, I don't know where daddy's at. Mommy didn't communicate with me. Daddy didn't communicate with me. No, I'm, daddy was supposed to come. I'm not quite sure. He may have gotten, stuck in traffic. We want to hope that he's well. We always have to be the agents of proper communication, because that's how our children are going to learn. There's so many parents who teach their kids ill will. They teach them how to talk bad. They teach them the horrible outlook. Your children are going to experience their father how they experience their father in God's timing, not even in your timing, not even in the father's timing. It's going to be in God's timing. So you just have to do what you have to do as a mother.
Mm-hmm.
And there are going to be days where you want to complain. This is why a relationship with God is very important too, because we can't do this in our own strength. We were never designed to. It wasn't, he didn't create it to be that way. We supposed to
Right.
be married, have these kids, keep multiplying, maybe open some businesses. Multiplying don't only mean children. It means anything that you can birth, what's gifts, all of that. But when we do it out of the way that it was intended to be, we have to know that there is chaos. So you either going to flow with the order, and it's not even the real order, the order that you imposed on this situation. now you're gonna have to lean on the God that told you not to do it. He told you not to do it, right? He told us what to do. And so
Mm-hmm.
gotta be you have to always have that in your mind too. I can complain, but I'm not gonna complain because I got myself into this. There are gonna be days that are gonna be hard, but you also have to make sure you have your village. You have to make sure you keep those lines of communication open. And honestly, we teach men a lot when it comes to parenting, and I'm talking about the men that don't want to be there, or the men that are not jumping and say, hey, hooray, let me raise my child. We teach them a lot. And I was actually just having this conversation with someone in my family. And I said, you know what? You're going to have to be the patient one. You're
Mm-hmm.
going to have to be the one that is going to have to extend grace, because you've been a parent before. He hasn't. This is his first time. He knows you as a parent of somebody else. He don't know you as the mother of his child. So you have to, we have to really humble ourselves. We have to really, really, get to a point where it's just like I had to take care of my responsibilities, and I can't lean on nobody to do it for me, not even the father of the child, although he should assume that responsibility. I can't assume that he's going to do that because I did not require marriage. So these are the things that as women that, we're stuck with. And of course I would want any man who made a child to be supportive and be there for the child. But is that reality? Is that the reality that we're living in? No, but we
Right.
do have to be accountable for our decision and our responsibilities. And so if
Absolutely.
you knew that this was the caliber of a man before you lay down with him and you had a child, you have to just have that patience, talk to God, and still do what you need to do with your child, but at the same time be patient with him as well. And I know that's easier said than done, but again, we do a lot of teaching with them, and I know a lot of people are like, I don't want to raise two kids, right? um but when it comes to a child, God gave us different organs, different roles, and he did that for a reason. Even in married couples, when married couples have babies, the woman is really, showing the man how to nurture the baby, and put your head, put your hand here and make sure his head is there. Like even in those situations, the woman is helping that along too. So it's just going to be a little bit harder in a situation where you're not married to a man, because there is no order there. You've gone out of order. And so when you've gone out of order, you have to know that there will be chaos. There will be things that'll go out of order. There will be situations that you feel like you can't control or get under control. But that is, unfortunately, that is the consequence of doing it out of order. And it's not saying that you can't, recover. It's just saying that you have to be aware and knowledgeable of what you've gotten yourself into, and pray that that man comes around. But if he doesn't, you know that you did everything in your power to make sure you were the agent that was supportive of them having a loving relationship, supportive, if any abuse or anything, of course, you keep that away from your child. But I always say that we definitely have to do a large part of the communication and patience and things of that nature. We just do.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question. I know it was kind of long-winded.
No, it did.
We just have to be accountable as women, and the best thing you can do is be accountable, especially when it
Right.
comes to, and this is where we have to put away our childish ways. A man may not put away his childish ways right away when he have a child, but when we have a child, we gotta put away our childish ways. We
Right.
gotta stop making the same mistakes.
Right, absolutely.
Be real with ourselves, because life just got real.
Right.
you
And it
know
makes it easier for me, like, and when I say it makes it easier for me, just knowing you know, I know who I lay down with. I know what the situation is. But what makes it difficult for me is having the open like trying to have an open communication, and still, he's not trying. But it's not for me to figure out. Sometimes it takes time for people to get to where they need to be and to grow. And, whenever he gets there, and if he's willing and ready, the door is always open.
Yep.
So,
Yep. Never cut him off unless there's, like I said, abuse and, the bad things happening. But at the end of the day, that is his child as well. And as long as he knows that he has cooperation from you, he should cooperate as well. But if not, like I said, you can set, boundaries as well, because at the same time, you don't want the child to be waiting on the stoop forever. Like, you know what I mean? So there does have
Yeah,
that.
I've experienced that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've done it 3 times already, and unfortunately, we can't have our daughter on the stoop. So when you let me know when gonna be here. When you say you're gonna be here, then text me, call me. Make sure she's ready. But at the same time, I can't stop every single weekend or every other weekend or whatever, and you say you're gonna be here and you're not, because then I have to make other plans. So you also, men will think that they can kind of get away with anything because they don't have the actual responsibility to have the child with them. So they can move and slide how they want, right? So while all day you've been depleted taking care of a child, his energy is going to the gym. His energy is going to hanging out with his boys, going to get something to eat, and then he might slide through and take care of the child. And if that, but so they're not thinking like we're thinking when it comes to the kids, and so definitely set some healthy boundaries, but never cut them off from his child.
Yeah, I'm in that situation now. It's been 7 years like that. And it was a little bit more consistent 7 when it started, when my ex-husband separated. But like now he has 50-50. I don't really pressure him to do anything. I try to be cordial and talk to him and everything. And it's just inconsistent. It's so inconsistent. And I don't make my children, you know, look at him in a bad light. That's his actions will speak for itself. But I always, say, oh, okay, well, we'll try again. Or like Father's Day's coming up, like, hey, what are we gonna get your dad? Or let's send him a video or things like that. I try to keep it together so that they can have respect for him in some light. Like I don't want them to feel like they can't respect him, even though they have the inconsistencies and things like that. I still want them to have a level of respect because I believe in the Bible and it says honor your mother and your father. At least they can respect him and honor him in that life. It's tough. I've talked to him about how he makes the children feel, but I said, you should come this week. He said, okay, I'll come. And then, 3, 4, 5 months pass. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's hard. And then when people say, oh, give the kids to the dad, I'm like, whoa, I don't know. Like, I kind of want to make it a bittersweet for him, but it's like, I want my children to be in a stable situation. And I want for them to have a good upbringing. So like it's kind of hard when one person is consistent and the other person is inconsistent because that's what he experienced in his life, and so I have to accept the fact that I didn't vet enough and see how that really affected him, and just not handling his responsibilities, and so that's my bet. That's the bet I have to lay in. And I still do my due diligence so that my children respect their father. I'm thankful that I do have my dad here. He helps me out on some of that, but there's nothing like, the attention and the love from their dad. Sometimes like I agree with Precious saying about having a boundary. Sometimes I do cross my boundaries with bringing the kids to him. You know what I'm saying? Like bending my back over more and overextending myself, even though I'm overextended, just for the sake of them, so that they can, spend time with their dad, even though I don't even have that energy left. But I push through for them as much as I can. But I do need some heavy prayer. And, hopefully, I can find more mentorship for them, and to hopefully, get married again and have a nice man that wouldn't mind just, guiding them. I'm not asking them to be the world, whatever, but just, some guidance and, respect and, just inspiring them, as a masculine and something that they can see and emulate. Yeah, that's just my situation. I'm just praying every day. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
it's not easy.
it's not, but at the same time, life itself isn't easy,
Right.
and when we do things out of order. I'm not the one that's gonna be like, oh well, it's gonna be okay, and like, no, we gotta be real about it. Like, we did it wrong. Like, and so the issues that we're having are going to be there. So as mothers, as women, as co-parents, we have to ask ourselves, what can I do in this situation to make it the best situation possible for the child and for the other parent. And if you have to modify that over time, you're going to have to modify it over time as they get older, as schedules change, as jobs change, as some people may get married, some get divorced. Like life is going to change, and so we have to be able to change. But the thing that we shouldn't be doing is making the situation worse or harder, right? We shouldn't be making it worse or harder. We don't already um made a bed, but we not trying to make it a water bed poking holes in it, and now we ain't got nowhere to sleep. No, you got to be able to roll with the punches and really have a good support system. Um Wife School Podcast, I know you say you want to get, you want to be married again, have those influences in their life. But, even before getting married, you can still have those positive influences in their life, because that'll that'll probably help for when you do get married, and they'll respect the man that you marry and things of that nature. So we never know how God is going to order our steps and put things into place when he puts them into place. But we have to be willing participants, open participants to have done it wrong, but to say, you know what, I'm changing my ways. I'm not doing it wrong no more. I need to, do it the right way. God help me. And throw him in the prayer too, because the man need prayer too. He had a baby with you. He need prayer too. So, like, we can't really have pity parties. You just gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta, because this is where we landed ourselves. So I'm not the one to have pity parties with people and things of that nature. It's like, if you need me, I'm here. If you need any advice, I'm here. But at the end of the day, we have to do what we have to do, because a man is going to do that. A man is going to do that with most things other than children.
Yeah.
um and that's where the divide comes in our community. I'm not saying men don't take care of their kids. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is they handle their business in a lot of areas. And I think one of the areas that lack would be children, and in some cases, education for some Black men. Those are the two areas that I believe that, our Black men can definitely increase in and get better in. We love a man who works with his hands and can do a trade, but we need some educated Black men too, who don't mind um, speaking out and using their gifts to empower other young Black boys to become Black men. Um, it's we just need it. So we're going to do the final thoughts, and then we're going to get out of here. We'll start with Empress. We'll make our way over to Our pain will end with White School Podcast. I thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Precious.
No
Thank
problem.
you. I just want to say this was a great podcast. I'm glad that I came up, and it gave me a lot of insight as far as moving forward. And yeah, thank you for having me on.
Oh, you're welcome. Good luck. You can always, I don't know if you follow me on Instagram, but you can always follow me on Real Precious Official on Instagram. If you ever have any questions, you want to DM me, you can always do that. Okay. My DM's always open for that.
Will do. Thank you.
For being here. All right. Our pain, final thoughts.
Yeah, Precious, I didn't know you had a child. I didn't.
I do. I have a daughter. Yes.
If I heard it, I don't know how I missed it, but
yeah.
So I almost feel bad about all the shit I was saying. But the
What?
fact is, no,
I don't
it's
get
just,
things to heart. I don't know y'all. I don't know you are pain. I respect you, but I don't know you like that.
no, I'm just saying that, if I was coming on, the first guy, all I'm just trying to say is I believe that both men and women, we're subject to the laws of nature. And I think that single women, married or not, I think women have a biological imperative to have children. And I think it makes women make choices, good and bad, just like it makes men who have a biological imperative to procreate, good and bad.
Right.
And I think we discount the impact that has on the way we behave. And so when we look for solutions, and through whether they're good solutions or condemnation, we cannot ignore the fact that devoid culture, devoid social mores, devoid shame, we're going to divert to our basic natures. And a lot of people just, nobody has to agree with me, but I think I'm right. If you do any studies, the Lord of the Fly syndrome or all that kind of shit, if there's no reason for us to act in some kind of proper manner, we're going to act based on our nature. That's just the way we are. That's because we're humans. You put men and women together, no matter what the crime is. You put women in men's prisons. You put men in women's prisons, and under threat of jail time, under threat of all kinds of crazy shit, they're going to still have sex. So all I'm just trying to say is, so it sounds like I'm, for the guy in the front. I'm not. I'm just saying that we can't ignore what makes us who we are. And if we're going to have a solution, we're going to have to see what is going to be more powerful than our basic natures. And so I think there's a difference between women, whether they're married or not, who have children, than a woman who hits 40 without children.
Yeah.
Because of the biological clock of a woman with a kid without a husband. Who cares about the husband? You hit your biological imperative. Your mindset's going to be a little different than a woman who hits 40 with no kids, even if she didn't want any. Because when that door starts to close, her mindset is going to change, whether she can deal with it or not. Yeah. The inevitability of not being able to do something is going to impact her one way or the other. I'm not going to say she's going to have a terrible life. I'm not going to do the Kevin Samuels and stuff like that. But do you know what I'm trying to say? So I think when we get in these discussions, we ignore the primal nature of men and women when we talk about right and wrong, because some of it has nothing to do with right or wrong. It's what drives us, And so I just think we miss that a lot. And I don't know how to explain it enough to say that I think we're driven by society to do things and make decisions. But we also, in the absence of all of those governors, we act and behave in the way our nature tells us to.
Right.
All right. And so I'm not trying to put a moral thing on top of that. That's because that's social, that's culture, and that's social mores. So, so I hear women and in terms of having a kid with a guy you don't even know or don't like, or he's a deadbeat. I could understand where your side of the story, that even if you're a deadbeat, this is still your kid. I can dig that. But to think that God's going to act any way different than his basic nature is where we get problems from, right? And that's why we need to do that. I'm not even going to say marry before you carry, because that's crazy too, right? Because if that was something so strong, more people would do it, right? So both men and women. So I'm just thinking that when we talk about these issues, I think we don't talk about it in a holistic. I think we get emotionally wrapped up into it, but I think we try to ignore the basic nature of men and women and compare it to right and wrong. And I think that those kind of conversations, those are black and white, and that's not where we live. That's not where humanity lives. And we are men and women. We're still part of the animal kingdom at the top of the apex, but we're still subject to the laws of nature. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody but me, but I'm just saying, so I didn't know you had a kid, but good. Look, so, and for all of you ladies, I might sound hard, and you might have, I don't even want to call it a mistake, because once the kids come, the kids are innocent, and somebody's got to take care of them. I could dig that. So, but I think we should take a holistic approach to how we want to do this thing in the future. I think we might come to better solutions than the ones we have, as opposed to just condemning one person, a man, or condemning a woman. And so let me land it there.
Okay. Thank you so much, Arpane. I appreciate you coming on these panels every Monday. I really, really do. Thank you so much. The Wife School Podcast, your final thoughts, Miss?
Well, thank you for having me on, Precious. I think I did like 3 different shows tonight. So everybody has some really.
I appreciate it.
Yes, Arpane, a great show. I mean, I think we're really getting deeper into these conversations in light of, Men's Mental Health Month, and really trying to understand the man, more. I think that's very important, if we're going to fix these father wounds, if we're going to fix our families. Definitely have to have these type of conversations. And, I hope that men can be, open to fix those wounds, like to, to look back and sit and like, wow, do I have any father wounds? Or like, just, try to account for it, and just try to make sure that you're not bringing it to your children if you have any, because it just really, it does, um, those wounds extend generationally. So I think closing up the wounds, binding them up, cleaning out the grit and grime of all the hurt and disappointments that we have can help us move forward in a more healthier mindset. And I just really appreciate the conversation tonight, and I'm gonna go back to my drawing board and try to, talk to the children's father again and say, hey, we gotta, do a little bit better, because, we don't want to create deeper wounds, and, really think about that and talk with my children, just start revisiting that, at different stages, because when they're young, they're not really thinking about it so much. Now they're getting older. I think it's time to, dig deep and try to fix those wounds. So thank you, Precious.
No problem. No problem. I appreciate everyone that was up on the panel this evening. King Smith, Hank, Lapeef Jr., Riz, was his name Riz? Anyone who's come up on the panel. I think the other guy name was Kev. We had a couple of people join us tonight, so I really appreciate it. Just wanted to have these conversations in in time for Father's Day. Again, Mother's Day gets a lot of celebration, hoopla, but Father's Day doesn't necessarily get all of that. So definitely, if you come across a father, tell them Happy Father's Day, appreciate them. I saw something on the news earlier, and they were given, ideas for father's gifts, and one of them was for everybody to give their father what they're thankful for. So there were really thank you notes, but it was a whole bunch of like little thank you notes. And it's just a way to be able to, you know, pour onto dad and thank him for the things that he's done, because he doesn't necessarily always hear thank you all the time. Especially as you get older, you know, your kids get older, they become adults. You know, you're not necessarily thanking them as much because they're not doing as much for you. So I thought that was a good idea. So, you know, even with the child's fathers, I know, you know, things may not be going the way that you may want them to go, but on Father's Day, just, you know, try to still remember them just for being a father. And I know it may seem like, you know, why do I got to do this? He ain't deserving. But at the end of the day, he is, you know, he has kids, and again, you always want to do what you can do on your side to make sure the line of communication is open. You never know what is going to change a person's heart, and you never know how you can be an aid in doing that. So that's an idea. Thank you notes to dad. You could put it in a nice little box or something. Just post-it notes. It ain't gotta be all fancy. Just, you know, write something in there, fold it up, put it in a box, and he could just pick one out, you know, every couple minutes or whatever. Um, so, or everybody can write thank you notes and you just put it all in one, you know, box, and he can open them up from everybody in the family. And having a nice little Father's Day. I know that's a simple gift, but maybe take that out to eat. Maybe he just want to stay at home and chillax. So get him a tray, get him his favorite food, put on a game, his favorite movie. You know, men are pretty simple. You don't have to do a lot. Just make sure you do think about them and you are showering them with love on that day and every day, but especially on Father's Day. Okay. So y'all know how I end my shows. Be real with yourself so you can be real with others. Again, I really do appreciate you guys. Happy Tuesday.